Well, speaking of things that are stupid.
And Ikimoto. We're live. I was gonna say we're
Yes,
live.
we're
That
live.
would be stupid.
Yes. And hopefully it's good. I see it's going. It's like limited to the yellow, but hopefully my audio is good. You speak. How loud are you? How loud are you?
Well, how loud am I? I figured that's not a
Okay.
question for me to answer, but a question for you to answer.
Well,
Why would you ask me that?
you're
How
like
loud am I? I'm 35 decibels. I don't know.
your limiting factor is like 2% louder than me, and that's just not okay. So I don't know what the threshold or the release is, but I'm gonna guess the threshold is a thing that should be increased from
That
9
I don't know.
to
All I know is that
8.7. Oh,
my
it
voice.
didn't work? It didn't work. I don't know. Maybe it didn't.
Okay, because my voice does have the power to bypass 90% of the settings.
That's
So does
true
it matter?
too. Well, what if I move it to 4 point? Oh yeah, okay, that works. Okay, so I just got to move it that way. But now I feel like
Okay.
it might be too loud. So let me just
I don't
move it
know.
from it's like a 6. Yeah. Okay, that's good. That's good. We're good.
Okay.
And I'm sure
Wow.
Space or someone will let me know.
Yes, hopefully he'll say something.
Well,
But with that out of the way,
when it
it
comes
sounds like you've got some things to say.
when it comes to saying something, I sure do. I
You
think
know
we
what
could.
they say about saying things?
Yeah,
We
well,
never said it.
we can start with the comments first, Tab. So there's a lot of comments to go over, but so getting the elephant out of the room, or wait, addressing the elephant in the room, doing
No,
both.
no. Out of the room.
Yeah, getting it out first and then
Okay,
addressing it.
You already know where to write it. And we're just gonna say it over and over again.
Literally,
Please do it though, because I can't while I'm driving.
Okay. So sorry, you said write that where? Pin messages for obvious reasons.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
For obvious reasons.
Getting the elephant out of the room. I like that better.
I
I like
know.
that better than addressing the elephant in the room. Getting it out of the room. I mean, it's like, that seems like a more useful thing. Like, it's a necessity. Problem.
Oh, by the way, forget if you do want to join, let me know. I know you said 8 o'clock. We are live now. We might be live later again as well. Well, then again,
Also,
later we're probably gonna be writing a chapter for live later. But
Yeah, I was gonna say, keep in mind we have not read the chapter yet, and it sounds like we're not doing that quite yet.
Yeah, so that was the elephant to get out of the room. The spoilers are out. They technically finished coming out like 3 or 4 a.m. last night for me, for you, for us. But you were asleep. And so I decided just not stream at the time. I was too tired. Just gonna whatever. Plus, it's on Twitter. I just want to let it to get a readable format. No, I was there. I was watching it be translated. Like
finished theirs because they usually do it in pretty good.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the translations with them when we get the chance, but for a very specific reason. But I'll save that mostly until we get there. The reason is because the person that leaked it was stupid the way they leaked it, making it impossible for the translators to translate it easily. So. But we'll see that when we get there. But for now, we're not going to be reading the chapter, and neither of us have read it yet, and we'll do that next stream because we have a lot of topics to go through first.
Should we address any things we've barely kind of seen, or save that?
We could save that until before we react to the chapter, since that's like a ritual at this point.
To be honest, I think you've seen more than me. I have seen
probably
the most minimal things of all time.
I've seen a couple of things, I'm not going to lie.
I've seen one thing that you could argue is big, as small as it is. It's big in terms of it tells me something. The other one, it's not telling me anything.
Yeah, okay. I've definitely seen a couple
I didn't already know.
Interesting. Okay.
Because I saw their face and just clicked off. So it's like, well, they're saying things, and that's all I really know. I can guess what they're saying. But
yeah. So, from what I understand, this chapter might change things, but Axel... This is the only comment that's worth reading for the comments
somebody said,
tab.
Sure, whoever changed the name to Jura in our Discord said that we might not like this chapter.
Interesting. Well, I've seen a lot of people say we will like this chapter. And I've seen like 90% people say that. So I think I know why.
Okay, well, Okay,
I
I'm
think
curious.
they confirm certain things, but I don't want to specify what for
What I'm
obvious
thinking
reasons.
is, if I had to guess, they're saying, okay, if I'm gonna make guesses,
Mhm.
the reason they're saying we're gonna like it is gonna be because Daemon is stronger and Mamushi does something cool, but the person saying there's things we might complain about are gonna be there's gonna be execution things we're gonna complain about, but we're gonna be so happy about Daemon and maybe Mamushi too that we're just like, all right, we're just happy. That's my guess.
So there's one Mamushi thing I know, and I think I'm okay with it, even though I thought I wouldn't be okay with it. And it's something that other people have said. It's like a crazy conspiracy theory, but that's okay.
Oh my god, he has an ability that counters Daemon. Is that actually it?
We'll talk about it when we get there.
Because I saw a thing about Kashi Koji's talking about Mamushi's abilities, and I inferred that
I haven't seen that.
Not seeing it, but I don't know what the abilities are.
Interesting. I haven't seen that. The only thing I've seen is only thing I've seen with that is Koji's apparently talking to Inojin about something, training him up, maybe, or something. I don't know.
I think that's him talking about Mamushi's abilities, unless that was something else.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I also saw that people hated the cover. I don't know if you've seen it yet. I know what it is. But
I have not seen.
Yeah, people hated it, apparently. And I think I know why.
What is it of?
I guess I'll tell you. I wasn't going to tell you, but I guess it's Inojin. That might be why they hate it, but it might just be because it's bad art.
No wonder they hate it, yeah. You're right. No, I think I have seen that earlier.
Okay.
I forgot that was the cover. I think I saw it, but didn't know it was the cover.
I mean, it looked like it was weird the way he was, like, reaching back to grab a sword, but I, like, tried not to look at it, so it might have just been my eyes deceiving me based on my 0.5 seconds of looking at it. Yeah. Either way. So, okay, to be fair, I don't know why people are saying that we're going to like the chapter either. I have my own theory, and I'm pretty sure I'm right, but I don't know if I'm right. So I guess I'll say what my theory is. I think they confirm what we said, the Ada theory, why Sarada and Sumire are immune. I think it is what we said. I don't know. That's my guess, but I think that's why people are saying we're going to like it.
Friends and all that jazz.
Yeah, I think that's why people said we're going to like it. But I don't know.
That's good. I'll be happy about that.
Yeah.
Maybe my first video in 5 months will be, hey, I was right, and then the end.
Yeah. That would be funny. Good return.
April Rules.
I really like your Heroes in Orochimaru idea, though. As your return.
Oh, no, okay, yeah, I know. I really like that. I forgot. Well, okay, I remember what I said. Yeah, I love that idea. I don't know. I still don't know whether to just do that or if I should save it for something special.
That's stupid. I love it.
I arguably should just do it as my first video back.
I mean, it's going to tank the channel, but not really.
Daigo's recent, it's not going to perform well, unless I'm really lucky, but Daigo's recent video, I started writing this long comment. I was like, you know what? I should make this a video and just tell him I did that and have him react to it. And ironically, good at being one of my next videos. I feel like I hate to say it, but I keep holding off on the Naruto videos, but I feel like I'm just thinking about Naruto stuff more.
I mean, last night you were up like 2 hours later.
I love Boruto on the podcast, but on my videos, I feel like I'm just not like actually sitting down and finishing the scripts.
Well, yeah, you wrote like a freaking 2-hour script on the Naruto topics tab last night, like when you were supposed to be sleeping. So.
Yeah, I remember what I wrote it about. Oh, it was about whether or not Naruto should have used the QBIs versus Neji.
I saw that, yeah. Well, we'll get to that another time. But for now, the only comments first tab that I see that we should read right now would be from Axel. Okay, so hear me out. The only way this love triangle thing could possibly be a very good idea is if endgame is Sarada x Sumire. Other than that, there are infinitely better ways to go about this. I think that I want to read this before this latest chapter comes out to see, it's just because who knows from here. But
I'm not gonna lie. It would be funny, and I hate to say this, but I almost prefer it because they're doing the Anne holding thing, whatever. It just doesn't make any sense. They both had a crush on Boruto for so long. I mean, they could be bisexual and just end up together, but I don't think Ikimoto's gonna make them bi. So it's just like they're not just gonna randomly turn us.
I know we have the memes that they're frolicking through the flower field and all that, but
See,
I
that's
think
the thing. We would just love it for the meme. And Cam would love it.
yeah, maybe it's just our masculine brain of like, ew, I don't want to touch Kamui's hand. Ew, Oodie's man hand. Ugh, keep that away. But I feel like it's okay for girls to, as friends, hold hands together as they're happy or something.
No. It is a girly thing. So it's not like necessarily that they're like a couple. The thing that's kind of interesting, I will say about it, though, is that they're like, we both love Boruto. Then they're just jumping, skipping, holding hands. It's kind of just weird. Like they're gonna share.
Yeah, it's like at the very least they're not like making out like, oh my god, I love Boruto. They're not doing that yet, but we'll see in the future.
Rewrite. And just make out because
we're like taking turns using the transformation jutsu to like turn into Boruto for the other person.
No. Okay, that would also be funny. I was thinking about that, but I think it's funnier if they're not even transformed. They're just doing it. They're like, I love Boruto so much. Me too. Let's make out. Like, what?
Oh God.
It makes such little sense.
Like, that's definitely corny.
But
yeah.
That triangle slash square, honestly, it's a pentagon slash square because you've got Ada too. It's not a triangle, it's a square. All three of them with Boruto technically. And then you add Kawaki to the mix, and I have a pentagon.
Oh, wow. Kamui, the only other person in the world that admits that Ada does like Boruto. Well, I'm glad that you at least admit it.
Okay, this is stupid. So in Viz, Sarada and Sumire will be a couple, but in the non-Viz, they won't.
Could work.
I mean, to be honest though, like if Boruto was a question, like if you say like, why do you love me? And they mess up the pronouns, and it's why do you love Sumire? It could happen. There's a precedent.
There definitely is. So I wrote a couple of things here before we go in the chapter. I don't know if we wanted to start with this or end with this because it's the most recent thing I wrote. I guess since we're here, we might as well. So again, for those that are wondering, I have not read the chapter yet. So I'm writing all these, even though the chapter's technically out. Well, it's to say that these are pre-chapter things that I'm saying here. Yeah, so imagine I wrote these like a week ago instead of last night, is essentially how I want people to go into this, imagining this as a topic. But it's still technically for next stream. But for everyone thinking Ada will just call Daemon off immediately, I ask you, what was the point of this plot point? Actually, I feel like this would be good to do with the Cloud or someone who has been saying this, so maybe I'll just hold off on this one.
But here's my problem though. I completely agree with you, and that's the problem.
Exactly.
How many times have you heard? I've said this in videos so many times. If blank, then what was the point of this plot point? I remember I did with Kawaki's defenses before. Like, what was the point of like? For example, if Kawaki isn't, dying from paper cuts because of the flip-flop of offense and defense, and he's just strong both ways, then what's the point of writing the plot point to be weakened offense, weakened advanced defense, instead of just limited? Like, what's the point of writing that plot point if you're just going to do that? So similarly, it's like, I mean, you could have Ada call it off to say, but it's kind of like, what's the point at the plot point if it's over before it's done? Just to tell us the day, But that's the more. But continue. I must have lost you. Okay, hold on. I think I lost you.
Well, I think it's because you're driving, but
Mm-hmm.
So I think you're also behind / delayed, but you're also cutting out pretty bad. But I got the gist.
Okay. Well, that's
Yes, and I think that free game, since you're in the audience, if you would like to talk right now, feel free, because I would love to talk about this with you. Or Med, do you are you one of the people that think that Ada should call off Daemon immediately? Are you one of those Kitamaki type of individuals? If so, feel free to speak. Or call her if you want to speak. Heck, why not? Hey. At this point, we're just ruining the point of what I was doing here.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so your question was like if I like support the
So
the
again,
point
we
of
haven't read the
Ada
chapter yet. I'm assuming you have.
really.
Yeah, I have.
Pretend like you haven't.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, have they read the chapter?
They said yes. It's okay, ignore Kamui. He's driving, so he's not going to hear half the things you say. But
They either
well, just pretend like this conversation happened a
haven't read
week
the
ago,
chapter,
man. Yeah.
Okay.
or
exactly.
understand. We haven't.
Yes, exactly. So, Med, are you one of those Kitamaki-like
No.
individuals who thought that Ada will
Don't
immediately call off Daemon, regardless of what happens, because we don't know yet?
What happened?
No. So like I like when they ended that last chapter, it gives the implication that like there's gonna be a fight between at least Sarada and Daemon. So that's what I was expecting.
Well, I'm glad we're all on the same page, which means I can't really do this topic right now, but maybe with Shadow I can do the topic. Shadow, would you like to speak? And Kamui just blatantly left, I think, because of Wi-Fi issues, but he'll figure it out soon. But until Shadow gets back, we could just do another topic.
He's
there's
back.
Kamui.
Kamui's back.
Well, there's Kamui, but I was hoping for... Oh, Shadow! Hello, Shadow! Hello! Yeah, well, kind of. Killing factory order.
Can you guys hear me now?
Now we can for sure.
Hi. How you guys doing?
Hello. So have you read the chapter yet? Because we have not. Oh, well, my bad.
Yes, I have.
Okay, well, we
read
do
the
not
chapter.
want to know what happens, so no spoilers.
Okay, I'm not
And-
gonna tell you. Okay.
Okay. And pretend like you haven't read it yet, so you don't know what happens, and pretend this is like happening a week ago, because we're late on this pre-chapter 27 spoilers thing stream. So, Shadow, are you one of the people who theorized that Ada was going to call off Daemon immediately, or did you think that maybe we're going to get a fight between Daemon and Sarada, or that Daemon's going to beat down Sarada, or
Wait, hold
Sarada's
on. Was
gonna
I kicked out of the stage?
well, no, but he just randomly left.
No, I didn't do anything. I was confused.
Well, I didn't kick you. You.
I was like, why do I
Well,
hear you guys, but you can't hear me? Okay, well, now I can continue.
I'm assuming it's Wi-Fi issues. But Shadow, how did you think it was going to go? Did you think Ada was going to immediately call it off, or did you think there was going to be a little bit of a scuffle?
I really think I wanted to see Sarada fight Daemon and Daemon just be here, I guess. But I knew that Ida was gonna call it
Well,
off.
I agree. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
that's all. Again,
Okay,
no
sorry,
spoilers
sorry.
or anything,
Sorry.
because I'm sure she probably does at some point, but I expect a little bit of something first. But for people like you out there, so for everyone who thinks Ada would just call Daemon off immediately, ask you, what was the point of this plot point? Why hype up over the course of 2 mangas and like 50 chapters, which means like 4 years in real time for the audience, that if Daemon finds out, it will be a problem? Just for it to never actually have been a problem if he found out just at any point ever, because Ada would have just like always called him off regardless of when and regardless of what Sarada and Subray do, because they're her friends, isn't it obvious? Do you have anything to say on that?
I mean, I don't know. I think Damon doesn't really see them as threats and knows that he can just blitz them.
Well, that's
So
okay. Damon didn't see Code as a threat. He still beat him up.
Yeah, but
yeah,
that's actually a thing, though. So, like, I'm going to be honest, to an extent. Now, there is a way they can execute it good, even with this one chapter.
mhm.
But I already know it's going to be done within this chapter. I've seen enough to know that, and I just
Yeah.
expected that anyway, especially with Ikimoto's writing.
Oh, you've
After
seen the
4
leaks?
years of that build-up, to some extent, it is going to be a letdown because it's really not going to be that bad. And we know this. Like, Damon's not going to kill them. And it's really going to boil down, assuming Ada does call him off, it's going to boil down to whether the scene is executed in a way that it feels like this tough decision where Ada's wavering in both directions and it feels impactful. If it is like Damon, even if Damon just stops or Ada just calls him off quickly, if it really doesn't feel like much happened, and if it feels like ending Damon's aspect here is just that easy, it is going to be a letdown. Because what happens after this? Well, they resolve their conflict.
Exactly.
And what? Like it's not going to be it's probably not going to be a thing to where Daemon later on fights them, because I just feel like this is that moment. Like, yeah, you could in theory Sarada get stronger and rematch with Daemon, but is that really going to make much sense? I don't know. Off the top of my head, it feels like the answer is no. So the only way I can really see it working
Maybe
is
if
Ada has an emotional moment leading up to it when she finally calls him off. And if that doesn't happen, we're just going to be let down by this. The only thing we'll be happy about is that Daemon was stronger. But then that's not really anything story-wise. That's just a superficial. We expected it and want that.
Yeah.
I was gonna say maybe if Ida finds out that they were planning on killing her from Shikamaru.
Well, that's what I'm going to add on here, especially. So, okay, Kamui, I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to ask you to see if you have an answer for this off the top of your head, because I'm thinking about this now too. Like I said, they've been building towards this fight, this confrontation, this conflict for 4 years, 50 chapters, 2 manga series. So you would think that this would be the fight, but what if this is similar to the Sasuke retrieval arc, to where they've been building the entire story up to that point to Naruto versus Sasuke, and you finally get it on the rooftop clash, and it's like the false fight before the real fight later on at the end of the arc.
They could do that.
But like, what's the difference between this and that? Because I think there is a clear difference, but how would we describe it?
I agree. The thing with that, so first of all, the Naruto Sasuke one is interrupted by independent
and to be fair, we know that happens, and they have a rematch after that at the real fight. We don't know if that happens here yet. We haven't seen the fight. We haven't seen it really start yet, so we can't even say that.
First, let's just compare what we feel like are probable differences between this and the rooftop.
Yeah.
Assuming, it's somewhat similar. So with the rooftop, Kakashi intervened. He ends the fight. So as far as Naruto and Sasuke goes, it is just inconclusive. You can say, oh, Naruto was going to win because of the water tank, but it's an inconclusive fight. And it's basically the appetizer before the main course that comes at the end of the arc. In this case, it could be ended by a third party, Ada, but it's not going to be inconclusive for one thing. It's just going to be definitively conclusive, and that's the case. Daemon's strong. That just is what it is. So that's going to be one major difference. And then, I suppose, the other thing, though, is that when it comes to what's been built up, so Naruto Sasuke simply, it's their rivalry. Obviously, they're building up to Sasuke leaving and stuff, but it's a lot of that in terms of this fight is their rivalry. Whereas for Sarada and Sumire, they have this 2 parts. So there's the Daemon end is Daemon finds out you're immune, essentially. And worse, if he finds out that, Daemon finds out you're immune, which means you can kill Ada. But the Ada aspect, though, is important because Ada isn't really the Kakashi figure here. She's much more, she's not really a third party. She's kind of like the party and a half. She's very important to this because the whole thing is, Shikamaru is saying, if Ada ends up being a threat to our village or an enemy, then you guys are going to be the ones to kill her. And so far, Ada has been nowhere near close to an enemy of the village. In fact, she's been one of the most helpful people around.
Yeah.
So, and because of that, it kind of makes this just weird, because that's the thing. That's the other thing that's been built up, essentially. That Chapter 76 thing is building up an Ada threat to the village. And then you could say, oh, it's paid off through Omnipotence. It's not paid off in this regard for Sarada and Sumire.
Mm-hmm.
And so the question is Ada ever going to be in opposition to the village? The only way that's really going to make sense is if it's Kawaki related.
Yeah.
But that can't happen until Kawaki is against the village and Ada supporting him. Until then. So the only way that, like, you can have this rematch is it's not going to be in this arc, because you need the Kawaki turnaround. Why would Ada just randomly turn on the village independent of Kawaki? That doesn't make sense. There's no reason. Is she doing it because she's pissed at Sarada and Sumire?
I'm glad you're saying that.
Like,
so
I don't think she's going to randomly start attacking Shikamaru and Ino over that. So, you know, it's hard to imagine how you really have Ada against the village without Kawaki. And if that's the case, it can't be this arc. It would have to be some later arc.
I'm glad you're saying that.
So, but even then, it's like, when is Sarada going to be able to go up against Daemon? Like,
exactly.
Like, when is that going to be a relevant fight? Like, end of series, maybe, sure, but like, you have to be so far down the line. It's like, because right now, this is Itachi and Sasuke in that hotel room in part 1, the Search for Tsunade arc, in the Search for Tsunade arc, the beginning of it. That's where this is. Daemon just beat them instantly. So we're going to talk about middle of Shippuden Sasuke versus Itachi. We're already in Shippuden, by the way. So this is going to be end of Shippuden Sarada versus, you know, it's just like, when is this going to be relevant? I don't know. But the thing is, though, if it is over and done with, like, maybe this is why we're not going to like it, according to Jura in our Discord chat, because it feels like this is going to be one of those, like, that's it plot points.
Well, I have 2 points developed off of the 2 points that you made, continuing them. So, for one, the fact the fight is interrupted is completely different in this regard than it is from the Naruto and Sasuke fight, because in one instance, it's the context going into the fight. It's, if Daemon finds out, then something will be bad, so don't let him find out. Whereas it's not, if you fight Sasuke, then you're gonna lose, or you won't be Hokage, or something bad. No, it's, if you fight when you fight Sasuke eventually, because it has to happen at some point, who knows what's gonna happen? Either you're gonna win or he's gonna win, and that's gonna be the thing that determines your rivalry and friendship going forwards. It's a completely different, like, open-ended question, whereas here, it feels like there needs to be a consequence to Daemon finding out. Something has to go wrong or bad because he found out, because that's what they've been building up, right? It's different in that regard.
But like, what can be bad?
Exactly.
Going too
like,
far.
Freaking kill Cerberus or something like that. But they're not gonna do that. But
in theory, but that also seems completely ridiculous and unlikely.
Exactly. Well, it's not about figuring that out right now. It's to say that something should be a consequence. It maybe not even a permanent consequence, but something that should be more than just the span of this fight itself. Like, I don't want there just to be tension, and that's the bad thing, because there's going to be tension regardless. So it has to be something on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can have Daemon on you, but like, unless it's like Daemon watching them prevents them from doing something, but it can't be like, but what? Because the thing is, it's like, if they're not around Ada, it's not like Daemon's going to follow her when she's going to go fight Hidari, and that messes that up, because Daemon's going to stay with Ada. So it's just like, what context would this matter?
The other aspect I wanted to touch on is the idea of this being there being a rematch after this. If there is, like you're saying, it's going to be connected to the Kawaki thing. It's not going to be directly linked or related to this even indirectly at all. Unlike the Naruto versus Sasuke instance. Yes, it was interrupted and Kakashi threw them away, blah, blah, blah. But I'm not going to say that they fought at the end of part 1 because they fought on the rooftop, but it's through that same exact reason of Sasuke's mindset at the time, which isn't changed, and it's only furthered because of the rooftop scene. So in a way, it is because they fought on the rooftop. So it's like what Kakashi says at the very end of the arc with the ever-flowing eternal river, just like the conflict that's never-ending between those two. It's one long, never-ending fight through the sense that it's the same conflict at the beginning of the arc as it is at the end of the arc. You can say it's because of the inciting incident of Itachi showing up in the previous arc, but it's all related. Whereas if they do it between Sarada and Daemon, it's not going to be a rematch that's related at all. That's also another different aspect of this.
Yeah, because it's like Daemon already knows. It's not new information leading to that.
Yeah.
So it would just like, but just in the same vein, if Sarada were to like attack Ada because she's a threat to the village, it's not really developing this. It's just that the first one never needed to happen, and he could have just done it in the second time anyway.
Yeah. Well, going back to what Shadow was saying, once Ada finds out that they have this secret plan to kill her, it's no longer a secret plan, and it completely flops that dynamic on its head, which in a way removes the current dynamic in replacement of a different dynamic, which means you can't do anything more with this current dynamic, which I don't like.
Yeah, because that's just going to overtake it, because who cares if they're immune? Unless you're trying to kill her. It's way more of an important thing.
But hello, free game.
Hello.
Sorry
about that.
So free game, I'm sorry, but we haven't read the chapter yet, in case you haven't heard. So we're hopefully not going to have any spoilers, but right now we're just doing like a pre-chapter, what we expect kind of thing.
Fair enough.
Okay, so free game, I'm sure you've read the chapter, right?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay, never mind. That actually works perfectly because, okay, that works. So free game. Are you one of those people who think that Daemon is just going to be called off immediately by Ada, or do you think they're going to do a little bit of a fight?
Say that one more time.
Do you think that there's going to be a little bit of a fight between Daemon and Sarada and Sumire? Or do you think Ada's just going to stop the fight pretty much like immediately?
I'm under the pretense that she's going to stop it. Because
immediately?
Because we all agree she's going to stop it eventually. But do you think it's going to be immediate, or do you think they're going to do a little bit of a fight first?
I think she's going to tell Daemon to hold off. Because honestly, like, her whole thing is she wants to find people who like care for her or love her beyond her omnipotence ability. So I think she will strive for those two to be her friends. But I know she'll be kind of angry that they lied. But if she is a rational person, then she should know that they were only doing it because they were, commanded to do that.
Well, free game, I'm glad you say that, because wouldn't you call that bad writing? Why would Ikimoto write that in from the audience's perspective? Why constantly remind us over and over and over again? If this was just some throwaway line to cover their bases or to make the characters on both sides look smart or whatever other reason to have, because obviously this reveal should be more than just Daemon grabs them and that's it. Sarada and Sumire need to do something to earn Daemon not killing them and Ada calling him off, especially after how it was revealed, let alone after how long, and also let alone Shikamaru's plan that neither of them have denied of like killing Ada.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but like Daemon's whole premises is to protect Ada, and if Ada doesn't seem like she's in any danger, then I don't think that he would attack them or go any further to cause them any harm.
Well, there actually is.
You know what it is? It's just a false gun.
Oh, God. There is one aspect that I actually didn't write here that could actually be a decent compromise. Kamui, I'm curious if this would be okay from your perspective. We know that Ada didn't want to let Daemon out of the shell or whatever at first, the hyperbolic time chamber, because Daemon considers him like a little bit reluctant, a little bit not reluctant. She was reluctant to do it because she's a little bit rambunctious and like dangerous. And it's his brother, it's her brother or whatever. But like, it's do we see it possible that maybe Ada's going to call him off and he's going to say, no, I disagree. I'm going to keep going regardless of what you say.
Well, honestly, I
think
think
so.
I might be okay with that, but from a certain perspective.
Mhm.
I like it from that perspective because you think about it, so far that hasn't really been touched on because
Yeah.
she actually told them to attack Toad in the chapter 71 scene.
Exactly.
She just let Daemon do his thing in chapter 74, which, by the way, I do think it'd be both funny and it might be my favorite way. If they're going to do a Sarada versus Daemon fight, I think I want it to be like chapter 74 to where he's like, bring it on. And then she fights him and he just one shot knocks him out. And then they wake up later on. He's like, haha, I can't beat me yet. But that aside, I think it's good from that perspective. But the thing I don't like is, well, okay, that means that Ada is just calling him off instantly, which means, is she really wavering? Like, unless it's going to be a thing, she calls him off and then it's just like, likes him doing it and then recalls him off. It feels like, well, that's just removing the Ada aspect just for like a cool Daemon moment.
I agree. I
like it
100%.
better than just calling it off, for sure.
It's
But
not
like,
perfect, but
realistically, I think the best way to do it is if she doesn't call him off and he is feeding him off, and that's later on. But the problem is if Daemon just one shot. But that's the other issue, though, is in either situation, if Daemon does just chapter 74 style knock him out and they wake up, I don't really think there's room for Ada's wavering moment anyway, because she can't. He just knocks him out. There's no stopping. Daemon stops because they're knocked out and they're weak, and that's the end of that.
yeah. Well, that's another issue
The only way
with
it
this.
can work. The only way I can see this working. I'm sorry to pause and then re-talk, but I'm imagining when Sakura's just punching Sakura in the face when she's biting him. Like I'm imagining it's just there's a better scene. I can't think of it, but like imagine David just pummeling him, and then like she's kind of like. And she's like, oh, I don't know what to do. And then, after like 10 minutes of pummeling, it's getting worse and worse. And then she stops. So that's the only way this can work. But there's no situation where David's just going to be like ferociously beating the shit out of him for 10 minutes straight. They're still
That's the thing, because Daemon's too strong. Like you're saying, especially chapter 74, I didn't even consider that. The fact he's knocking out, just one-shotting both Boruto and Kawaki. Sarada and Sumire can't just have this extended fight sequence with Daemon, because that was going to be my compromise, is that maybe Ada does waver, and after like 10 minutes of being beat up, then she calls him off, and then Daemon's like, well, I would listen to that, Ada, but they activated the Mangekyo Sharingan to try and kill you, so now I have to keep going, and then that's the reveal mid-fight that, he's going to keep going, not call, and now it's
like,
worse than ever.
She could be like not trying and beating the crap out of him, but the problem is if you just already seen his not trying beating the crap out of him knocks out just about anyone, the exception being Code, because Code, low-key, his durability is underrated. He is kind of a tank. Like, he just takes damage and keeps fighting. Yeah. I will give Code his props for that. He will just keep getting back up. He's like Naruto versus Kiba. Okay, that is Code. But, like, everyone else just gets one shot knocked out.
Regardless of what you want to say about Sarada, her godly power, Sumire's not sinking Daemon's. That's not happening.
Exactly. Like, it's just, there's no situation where he doesn't just one shot knock her out. Yeah. And in this regard, I think Sarada and Sumire should be similar as far as Ada calling him off, because it just gets kind of weird for, she lets Sumire be knocked out, but then Sarada, she stops. Like, if anything, Sumire's the nicer friend to Ada, so like...
Exactly. Like but Shadow, I wanted to give you a chance to talk if you had anything to say on all this.
Not much to say.
All right, what about you, Matt? Do you have anything to add to this?
Well, not really. I just agreed with your point where, like, if there was a fight, it really wouldn't be much of a fight because, like, realistically, Daemon should just one-shot both of them.
Yeah. Well, free game. Come back to you. Would you consider the idea that Ada's just going to call Daemon off a subversion of expectations? Very good. Assuming you're here. Well, assuming free game does think, but it's a subversion of expectations. That's not how you do that. it doesn't subvert the expectations, it reverts them. It
It's just like
deletes
the
them.
prophecy. Like, you know,
Yeah, exactly.
it's just, you set up the expectation and then just don't do it.
Yeah. It deletes the expectations and replaces it with wasted potential. I'm expecting the flash forward scene to happen, as an example. Would it be an epic, hype, cool, surprise reveal, plot twist if that was just a dream sequence? It's like, why do fans not just defend, but actively want nothing to happen in a story?
And that's the thing. Like, I'm trying to think of a good. It's really hard to think of a good thing that you have a setup that doesn't have. But like the best examples I can think of, they do happen.
Yeah.
In the end, like it's just delayed. But like, even if you want to ignore that, like I know Hunter x Hunter does do that sort of thing. As an example, Hisoka versus Chrollo doesn't actually happen. But for one thing, it's not like the point of the arc. It's just like a thing. But second of all, it does happen. Just not in that arc. It happens later. And they keep building up towards it. It's almost like by doing that, they teased you. They're like, oh, hey, you know, I've got a plate of French fries. Oh, I took them away. And later on, they put cheese and bacon on the fries for you because they kept adding more appetizers. So, like, it's almost like Naruto versus Sasuke rooftop. Oh my god, they're fighting. Then it's interrupted. Yeah, so they can have the full fight later.
Exactly.
You're even more hyped the second time around. Which, it just doesn't feel like it's the same here because the rematch situation doesn't work the same.
Well, especially if there just isn't a rematch, because imagine if the rooftop fight was the final Naruto versus Sasuke fight and people are defending that because, well, what did you expect them to do? Oh, well, Kakashi's smart. Of course he's going to break it up and not allow them to fight. Didn't you hear, Jiraiya and Kakashi? You don't throw a jutsu like that at your comrade. So what do you expect Naruto and Sasuke to do? Of course they're not going to do it again. Don't you want them to develop and listen and learn? Come on.
That's like what they would do, though.
Exactly.
That's what the people would say. But it's just like, I feel, and this is the thing. This does end up being a source of a lot of our debates with people. I remember I was saying this in my Discord with that person, to where, and this is true for a lot of critiques versus over-the-top defenders. This is going to apply to like any story. There are situations where if you're saying a jutsu makes, even then you can argue, but there are situations to where it's like, no, the story addresses it and the story's explanation does make sense. So you use the story's explanation. But in a lot of, at least in our cases, because we hyperanalyze this shit, I'm sorry, Mom, but I'm going to keep calling you out every single time. We know the series better than you, okay? You don't know who Kohada is. You don't know who all these random people are. You don't know when the first scene of Matsuri is. We do, okay? Because we hyperanalyze every little detail. We know how the things work. We know the explanations in the series. You could try asking me. I will read it to you word for word. I know. When we say something's bad or doesn't make sense, you don't use the in-manga dialogue explanation because that's not addressing the point. So, see, Ada called him off. It makes sense why they didn't fight. That's not what we're discussing. We're discussing it from the writing perspective. Why would you, in this case, why would you set up such a big expectation to do nothing with it? It's just, the false guns usually are bad. Sorry, there's a reason why the Chekhov's gun thing is a thing. It's to say, if you set it up, use it. The reason why that's a thing is because most of the time, 99.9% of the time, false guns aren't good. And so again, there is a situation to use the in-series explanation for something. But in a lot of our critique cases, stop looking at the in-universe explanation because we're explaining why it's bad, why it doesn't make sense. If we say an explanation doesn't make sense, and you just say, but it says that, for example, Boruto being 100% Itsuki, but Momoshiki says he's 100%. That's the problem. You know?
Wait, what's the premises of the argument?
It's the fact that they're dangling this Daemon finding out about Sarada and Sumire key in front of us for 4 years straight, getting constantly closer and closer until they're just in reach, and then they're going to yank it away, apparently. And people love that.
The other thing, well, no, it's actually worse than that, because hypothetically, I think this would be a less bad scenario. They hype up the if Daemon finds out, it's bad. If Daemon finds out, it's bad. If Daemon never found out, like they just were able to keep the secret from Daemon at least, it's not as bad. Because in this case, the threat is if Daemon finds out. Well, good thing he never found out. There's no consequence because they avoided the problem. I'm not going to say it's the best thing of all time, but that would be better than Daemon does find out. Shocker, plot twist.
Yeah, similarly,
doesn't matter.
There's tons of instances of this. Oh, if Orochimaru takes Sasuke's body, it's
they're
bad.
Dangling the French fry in your hold on, they're dangling the French fry in your face, and it turns out the fry is actually rotten. And you're not going to get another set of fries that aren't right now. Just you get the one rotten fry at the end. Versus, oh, it's a good juicy fry, and they take it away. There's a difference between those two.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with stopping
the fry, and it just wasn't good.
Exactly. Like if Sasuke has his body taken, it's bad.
Are you saying under the premises that if like I missed out on a lot, but like if Mamushi tried to attack Ada, then Daemon wouldn't care?
No. This is about Daemon finding about Sarada and Sumire being immune to the love charm, so they can kill Ada. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
No, all good.
All right.
I'm sure someone would. Oh yeah, go ahead.
What do you guys want to happen then with this plot point? Like, what do you think is like, the best case scenario?
Well, it's definitely to say for now that we want something to happen. It's not about saying what we want to happen. It's just we do, in fact, want something to happen.
Okay. What do you guys want? Is there something specific you want to see from Ida or Daemon?
No, well, that's the problem is, let's say that I did have a specific idea. I'm not saying that I need the story to go in this direction or it's bad. And if they don't do this one exact thing, then I'm going to be disappointed. Because regardless if I have an idea or not, that's not the point. That's to say, they could do anything. I just want them to do something rather than nothing.
But, like, in terms of what we have to work with, we're having a hard time finding what the perfect answer would even be.
Well, for me, that's not a concern. I would just spend, like, 5 minutes of thinking about it, like, off stream or whatever. I'm sure I'd have, like, 20 reasons or the things, but like, that's besides the point. Well, that's not the point of what this is for now. I'm sure, like, a defense that some people would have is like, oh, well, it's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all, so it's good to have set this up and them to have not executed rather than to just have never done it at all. But I think that's stupid in this regard.
No, because, but who, did anyone really love the Daemon threat thing until it's actually relevant? I don't know, because it's kind of like, we're not expecting Daemon to just kill them, so we're just kind of waiting to see what they do with it. I don't think I was in love with it before it happened because we didn't know what to love about it. We just thought, oh, that's dangerous, but it's a little bit different because there's just nothing specific to love because you're like, I don't know where they're gonna go with that. So I don't think there was anything to latch onto.
Yeah, well, that's not to say.
That's like being told you're gonna go on a date, but you don't know what they look like. Yeah, well, you can't say you love them. Yeah, you don't even know what they look like.
Yeah, in a story, the worst possible thing that happens usually happens, and then they overcome that in some kind of way. Well, but that usually means it can't happen in the exact kind of way.
I have a funny retort to that. Well, yeah, in Boruto, the worst possible thing usually does happen, but not in the way you meant.
Yeah. So, just as an example, I'm the big bad guy in a cliche movie. I have a bomb that's gonna blow up the world. Well, typically that bomb's gonna blow up. It's just not gonna blow up the world. It's gonna blow up in the sky away from the world because the main characters sacrificed themselves to get it up there or something or the other. Or like, Konoha Crush. It's the worst imaginable thing if Gaara turns into Shukaku and destroys the village. Well, he does turn into Shukaku, and that's a threat for all of our main characters that matter. He just doesn't destroy the village because they'd stop Gaara. It's so many instances. That's just a Naruto instance, just to bring it back to Naruto. It's like, it's to say, the worst possible thing can happen, just not in the exact way we thought it would. So yeah, Daemon found out, but let's have something bad happen that isn't just him killing them. It should be fine.
Yeah, exactly. The question is, but
Like, you know how you mentioned that, like, if like Ada immediately calls off Daemon and like nothing happens after that, I feel like that would be similar to, like, you know how, like, in the beginning of Naruto Part 1, it's established Sasuke's main goal is to kill Itachi.
Yeah.
Like, imagine before he like kills Itachi,
to
he
clarify,
finds out
at
that
the
Itachi
beginning,
was a good guy, and he like
it's-
decides not to kill him anymore.
it's
So,
not
like,
to kill
that's, like,
Itachi.
the same level.
It's to kill a certain someone.
Robin?
Well, at the beginning of the series, it's not to kill Itachi, it's to kill a certain someone.
well, it's not even to kill; it's to destroy.
That's the craziest thing. I don't think that's a dub censorship. I think they just do say that in the anime dub at like every instance. It's like, oh no, get out of there, Naruto. He's gonna destroy you.
I do think they do that too.
It's so stupid.
It's one of those ones we'll have to check for the Cartoon Network difference to see, like, is that just a random thing they changed?
I don't think it
Like
is,
when they
but it might
changed
be.
crazy and insane, I was like, why? No, they changed insane to crazy. I was like, what?
You gotta keep a kid friendly.
I know I did not forget that one. They just changed it.
No, but the version that I'm rewatching Naruto on, it has like all the curse words, and Shikamaru was saying "damn" and all these other things, but it's still having Sakura be
Yeah.
like, "Oh no, Naruto, Haku's gonna destroy you! Sasuke, I gotta stop you from being destroyed by Gaara." Stop.
Maybe that's to say that it's even worse.
He's not
It's
just
really
gonna
bad.
kill you; he's gotta go further. Oh my god.
Hey, I don't know if you guys talked about this, but what do you guys think is Sarada's next ability?
Good question.
I honestly have no idea because they could really do anything. If it's a completely new thing that's not related to gravity, then there's just who knows. If it's related to gravity, then I feel like it should just be in the opposite direction at that point. One's pulling in, one's pushing away, but that's really just the diva path. But yeah. But then again, I mean, so is this anyway. This is just Chibaku Tensei.
I mean, look
That's
how
really what it is.
looking at the different Mangekyos, you have the Kamui Mangekyo, one's close range, one's far range. You have the Amaterasu Mangekyo, it's Amaterasu spawning it, the other one's controlling it. You have the gravity one, it could be close range, long range, but that doesn't really matter since it seems to just be long range. So it
I
could
think it would
just
have
be
to be
control,
like it goes the other way at that point.
or the other way.
Like,
Yeah, that works
Yeah.
too.
Or
I
I
mean,
think it's in
recently,
a different way, but I don't know, because the way that this current one works, she has like 4 spheres that can pull each in a different direction. So I feel like it's pulling you in all the directions you need. So the only other thing for gravity would just be a repulsion. Which again, I mean, she already basically has Chibaku Tensei, so I'm not going to say it's inherently bad if she just copies Almighty Push in that respect. But
yeah.
I mean, honestly, Itachi's really the odd one out because Shizui seemingly has 2 Kodoa Matsukamis. They might be slightly different in how they work, but they're both the same jutsu. Nobody knows about Madara. And then you have Itachi, he has Amaterasu and Genjutsu. His
Yeah,
just
one
are
is
different.
Amaterasu, one is Tsukiyomi.
Which makes it, I mean, that's just another setting.
Yeah.
Kishimoto was just kind of changed his mind on how the Mangekyou was going to work. Because when he's writing Itachi, the dialogue's indicating these are the Mangekyou abilities, and then later on it becomes everyone has their own. And then when everyone has their own, they all seem to be in pairs, whereas Itachi, his symbolically works because you have a symbolism with the names,
The
moon
Shinto,
and the sun.
Hindu, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. His is doing that, but the others are doing a completely different style of thing, which is like, yeah. So Itachi really just is the odd one out.
Yeah.
Also, Sarada should be able to use like Susanoo now, right?
Yeah. It depends if hers is going to be stronger than normal, because otherwise it's going to shatter like
dude,
a
she's
paper.
gonna go blind. The data book literally confirmed it.
Yeah.
Told those people, it's so much love. She's not gonna go blind. Yeah, screw you. I told you. No, she's going blind. It literally says it in the data book. If she spams Susanna like Sasuke, guess what? 1 arc later, she's blind, unless they do something about it.
Yeah, they probably will just give her Hashirama cells or something.
It's not gonna matter if she spams
She buys
Susanoo.
cells.
I don't think she's gonna have some crazy super hyper defense Susanoo that's gonna block Daemon's kick or something. It's not gonna happen. He's gonna go straight through, just like Jigen did with Sasuke's.
Because that's the thing. She's not
Sorry,
gonna
but that-
start with a perfect Susanoo better than prime Rinnegan adult Sasuke's.
That's true too.
It's not gonna start that way. Her Ripgate Susanoo is not gonna be better than that.
Actually, that's a good point. Sasuke didn't even get the full Susanoo before he went blind.
Literally, he got
That's true.
the max he got was a full body Susanoo like Itachi's that he pretty much
Yeah.
immediately dissipated.
Yeah, and just like Itachi,
Yeah.
Itachi also didn't get full.
Yeah.
He was blind.
Like, the only people that have perfect Susanos was when they got like the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan.
Exactly. That's not to say that's not going to happen, but, you know.
Well, Kakashi too, but he had 6 fast chakra. It's unclear what the exact requirements are. It might just be X amount of chakra. You know, that's just that, but nobody knows for sure.
Yeah. But either way. So this topic is less of a topic and more of me just being petty, I told you so, rubbing it in your face kind of thing. So again, just to preface this, I have not read the chapter yet. So to begin, it's so...
Wait, why are people...
Oh, yeah?
Oh, you wrote these. Okay, never mind. I thought there were spoilers at first, but never.
Oh, no. It's so funny to me how every month we get Cope obviously wrong, ridiculous theories based on the current cliffhanger about how next chapter will go, as if it would ever actually have had any possibility in the first place, and wasn't some delusional, non-reality world people live in. The most current one being Sarada Genjutsu Daemon. It's just so funny how people make their own headcanons and present it as theories, quote unquote, when the next chapter is gonna just immediately debunk them anyways, lol. This most recent one being the loudest and most common one in a long time from the dumb, stupid, idiot Twitter people who are Sarada fans and call any and everything a fraud with their Western power-scaling brain media-consuming mindset.
I mean, I don't see anything wrong with them having a theory that will be proven or disproven in the next chapter. If it's just like, oh, based off this, I think next chapter will have this. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's more the adamant, just like, oh, she definitely did.
Exactly.
You know, it's
Like, it's obvious.
I was actually thinking that about that theory. I was like, I don't think that was a possibility that she would just automatically Genjutsu Daemon.
Well, I'm very curious what Melo's thought in this chapter is going to be when this inevitably doesn't happen.
He's probably not going to like that. He's probably not going to like that.
He's either I expect one of 3 answers. 1, he's pissed and just hates the chapter, dropping the series type reaction. 2 is the like, oh, I never thought that was going to happen when he absolutely did. He's I was just playing it for content. Or the like, like, I'm okay with it because, Damon's that dude, even though he was saying the opposite the other chapter.
Literally. Yeah, and there was a couple comments I wanted to read on this. I just have to find which one, if someone wants to talk while I talk.
Get out of this.
Oh, I did it randomly start? Okay. Because I don't know where it is. And I don't think I put it in the comments first tab, even though I probably should have, but...
Yeah, I had a lot of comments in other places because I remember you posting comments.
Where did I post
You
them?
have a bunch in Boruto topics, comments to Rainstorm.
You know what? Okay, well that's at least something. Where are those comments?
In Boruto topics.
Okay, I'll just scroll up until I find something here. Okay. We'll just read Adams real quick. Maybe Ada having pink
Share
hair
your,
could be a
screen.
connection to why Sarada isn't affected by the love charm.
I saw that. Share your screen though.
There you go.
Well,
So-
based off what you're saying, they're gonna confirm us to be right.
But well, let's just go with it. Let's assume Adam's theory is correct. How do we think this plays out, especially narratively?
Well, I think it's important that Sakura has pink hair. The only problem is that Ikimoto forgot and doesn't care about Sakura, and that Sakura is basically not Sarada's mom. So I can't say that Sarada's love for her mother would be the reason, because clearly her mom and her are not on good terms because they won't talk about a damn thing of importance.
Yeah.
So-
It's gonna be like the Uzumaki red hair is a symbol of their life force, like a cockroach, whereas the Haruno clan's pink hair is a symbol of their love. That's why they're.
Yeah, but you know,
It turns out that's Ada's last name, Haruno.
Sarada feels like maybe Sakura's the villain here. She just doesn't care about her daughter, and Sarada's looking for a replacement mom, and she sees that in Ada.
I love
pink
that.
hair.
Immortal, any theories on the possibility of Ada having pink hair being in a connection to why Sarada isn't a... By the way, this just ignores Sumire entirely.
She's
a mute for a different reason.
It's the blue hair.
I don't know why would Ada have pink hair as a connection to Sarada.
I just
I
thought
bet.
about it. This makes more sense for Sumire because Ada has blue and pink hair, and if you mix those together, that's
Purple.
basically purple. Ada should be blue and red, but that's purpley enough. You get Sumire.
Yeah, Ada has the unmolded hair, whereas Sumire has the Kekkei Genkai hair.
Exactly. That's why they got such a connection. Sarada, I don't know.
I think you were mentioning the Haruno clan having pink hair. I was just thinking about this. I don't know. I don't know if her mom has pink hair.
Well, she definitely
think it's
doesn't.
I think she had like gray hair.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting here thinking.
Same with her
myself,
dad.
Well, her mom wasn't a pure Haruno. It's not even a clan. Her dad's
her
pure red
dad.
Haruno.
I think her dad has light pink hair, like way.
Well, he
Yeah.
is kind
It
of...
was not like Sakura.
Yeah, it was not like Sakura. But yeah, I agree, it's light pink. But I think with old age, maybe it darkened or whatever, lightened, whatever.
Yeah, you just got some gray hairs mixed in there.
Yeah, exactly. So regardless of if Adam's theory is true, why do
let's
we...
talk about when Adam's theory will be true.
So why do we think Adam came up with this theory? Why did he post this?
I'm
Guess
guessing
it's something funny.
I think it's either for maybe a joke, or maybe it's just maybe he saw the spoilers and thought, I'm guessing thought about his relationship with Sakura, like you guys mentioned, and I don't know.
Well, let's assume for now that it is real and true and genuine, and he actually thinks this is most likely, and it's not a meme or joke or kidding or whatever. Is there anything in series to lean on that could lead to the closest thing in series that would lean to this? I have an answer. I'm gonna say Jura's hair is weird, and the same way that Jura like connects to the trees to heal and all that, maybe they're doing some sort of like weird hair connection through that, especially with Matsuri's trees connected all through the world, and that's apparently connected to Jura, who has weird hair.
Bro,
so maybe
honestly,
Ada.
Matsuri's trees is another false gun, and I'm not happy about that one. I want Matsuri's trees explanation, okay? Like, I will not let that go.
Well, that's my connection to Ada's hair is Matsuri's trees. Did anyone else have any other connections?
No
I'm
idea.
gonna make one. Just because you're saying Matsuri's trees, I'm gonna make one that makes absolutely no sense. Mamushi likes girls with pink hair in his porn books, and somehow that's attracted to Sarah.
I mean, makes sense. He's a predator.
Okay. Oh, no, that was
All right. Speaking of Matsuri's trees, if they ever come back to it, how, and more importantly, when do you think they will? So my how is going to be probably Jura.
I agree.
I don't see Hidari or Mabushi doing it, maybe, but Jura seems like the best person for it. The question is when and why.
I don't think they're going to reference them as Matsuri's trees ever.
No, but like they're going to talk about, listening to the trees or something. Like, when and why will that happen?
You know what? Maybe I have a cool one. Naruto told Kawaki about Ninshu, maybe through their shared love dynamic connection of Naruto, Kawaki's going to tell Jura about Ninshu, and then Jura's going to like twist Ninshu to be a bad thing of how he's connected to all the trees on the world through the
That
chakra.
could work. Another thing I was going to say is they could always do a thing to where somehow Ninshu is either discussed or shown to Jura, so he hears or sees it, and then he's like, that's similar to the way we communicate with our trees or something.
Yeah.
You and I are not so different. You know?
It would be cool. Immortal, do you have any ones? Or Shadow or Ben?
Let me see. Sorry, I'm playing.
You're playing, Well, can you explain how that game works?
Could we play that on stream?
Well, yeah.
How do you
It'd be
spell
good
it?
visuals. I think it starts with a U. Probably ends with a GH.
U-A-H.
Okay. Sorry. All right. Damn it. Well, I was playing.
You know, real quick. Okay, all these people talking about Sarada EMS with Sasuke. Do you guys remember what happened to one of Sasuke's eyes? Are people just forgetting the stabbed renegade?
My point.
Okay, she can do one eye. What about the other one? I know you're just a meme, but I mean the people seriously.
Sasuke has an old pair of eyes because he took Itachi's eyes.
Sasuke's eyes are blind.
Sasuke destroyed the hideout.
That's only in the anime.
Either way, who besides Sasuke, who's a tree, knows where that hideout is? I guess Kabuto. If they want to write Sarada approaching Kabuto to learn where Sasuke's original eyes that were stored away are. Yeah. That's so convoluted. Somebody doesn't even know to do that. Ikimoto's not writing that. If he's going to write it, it's going to be the most bullshit thing that wasn't the case, where they're just going to be in the Leaf Village or something. Like...
Also, let's just say, okay, it's in the anime, so we can do it in the manga. So what's the anime gonna do when they adapt it?
It's gonna be like, those eyes are the only ones who survived. There was just enough. The vial was cracked, but there was just enough liquid for it to last over the last 10 years, 15, whatever years it's been. 18 years, I guess.
Yeah.
Might even be 19 at this point.
They're not even like in a glass jar. They've just been laying in the dirt and completely
just enough fluid was still there.
Sarada puts them in and then wipes the dirt out of her eyes.
She uses Obito's eye drops.
Okay.
But anyway.
Next, I guess, comment. So is this the first one? My comments to Rainstorm. Okay. Right here. My comments to Rainstorm. So, Rainstorm had a couple comments here, and then I had some comments in response to them. So, Rainstorm says, I know, bro, and I forget the context, he's talking to Orochimaru PR, so probably debating something very crazy, but I know, bro. LOL, just imagine Daemon has been hyped up so much just for him to lose his first real battle, sob emoji. Remember Koji had to come up with a plan to defeat Mamushi? Daemon is so OP, he's supposed to destroy everybody with no help, right? And ignoring what everyone else said in between. I say that isn't what Koji said he's doing, LOL. He's telling them Mamushi's abilities. You know, the same thing all the Jonin did to their student spectators in the tuning exams. So applying that context here, I think we can see why this is stupid.
I mean, I get why he's saying it, but I just gotta see how they write around it. This whole situation.
Again, based on how
because
they...
even as it is, this chapter proves Sarada fodderized Ryu. Okay, maybe Mamushi is quite a bit stronger than Ryu. So, what's to say? He's so much stronger, he's even stronger than Sarada. Okay, but Daemon probably is gonna beat Sarada very easily. So how are we getting Mamushi so high to beat Daemon? Again, we're not counting reflection. We're ignoring reflection. How are we gonna get him past this tie jutsu?
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know how you can make him an actual threat. He should be just, like, not able to do anything to Daemon or Sarada.
But the other thing is, we've seen Mamushi fight. Oodie has a post somewhere about this, but, like, I don't know what abilities they're gonna write for Mamushi, but we've seen him fight. He just brawls with his crab claw. Yes, he could come up with a new ability later on, I suppose. But like for the most part, he's just crab claw grabbing you. He's
You didn't
definitely
see the
strong
spoilers,
and
did
fast.
you?
This seems to be his big thing.
Yeah, he
He's like
didn't.
taijutsu and stuff. But
Yeah.
What is that?
We'll
You
get
guys
to
didn't see the
that,
spoilers,
but-
did you?
No, we haven't.
No, don't
And
spoil
we
us.
don't want
Oh
to know.
my
we'll get
god.
Well, Rainstorm continues by saying, why doesn't Koji just say, Daemon will handle Mamushi? I don't know, why didn't Kakashi's... Oh, actually, I said it right here. I'll host that. So, instead, he has to explain his abilities because Daemon needs some assistance in order to go up against Mamushi. Daemon won't be the only one fighting Mamushi. It's very obvious.
What I don't like about that is he's saying Daemon needs some assistance in order to go up against Mamushi. The problem is he doesn't even know if Daemon ever actually fights Mamushi. He might. He could be right. But he's assuming it's easily possible that they just write him out of the fight. That can happen. It's not unreasonable considering how anyone else gets written out of a fight in a billion different times in this entire franchise and every other franchise on the earth. So you don't know that I know there's that thing that in Kochi's 10 Directions that shows Daemon, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's Daemon versus Mamushi. The same way that you have Inochi in Kochi's hideout, and he's not fighting literally anyone. So you don't know for sure. No, maybe the spoilers of the chapter tell us. But as of right now, we don't know that he's necessarily going to fight Mamushi. He might not. We don't know.
Yeah. Well, on top of that, why doesn't Kakashi just say Gaara will handle Lee? Why doesn't Guy just say Neji will handle Hinata? Why did Koji essentially send Sarada to the Leaf on a training arc? If Koji can get something out of it,
sand.
Yes.
You wrote Leaf, but did you mean
yes,
sand?
I meant sand. If Koji can get something out of this Mamushi thing, he may as well do so. So it doesn't matter if Daemon's gonna foderize Mamushi or not if other people fight him first. It's the same reason Naruto let Boruto kill Momoshiki instead of doing it himself. Daemon will win. Despite that, Koji can still use Mamushi to train everyone else, just like every other scene in Naruto.
Well, that's a good point though, because like for example, Boruto could have beaten Ryu anytime he wanted.
Exactly.
But he wants Sarada to awaken her Mangekyo. Doesn't want Boruto to show up too soon because that's going to interfere with that.
Exactly.
Depending on where he went, but
yeah, that's another thing I was thinking of. So it's like
because he's trying to preserve a certain timeline.
Yeah. So I wrote fact. Mamushi, the most spontaneous and on-the-fly Shinju who came up with this target on the spot, will likely change targets on the fly just like Jura did, regardless if Daemon fodderizes him first or not. And if Mamushi is on the other side of the village trying to devour Himawari or whoever else, Ada isn't going to send Daemon, and he's not gonna care, just like he didn't when Jura tried it. That being, Daemon's not gonna care.
If he goes after
change for some reason, but
yeah.
I mean, at the same time, Jura is not a threat to him. So, I mean,
exactly.
I don't think he's inclined to fight Jura.
Yeah, and Ada doesn't want to know about Mamushi. The second Mamushi shows up in the village, he's gonna stop. Ada's gonna stop watching where he is because he's icky and gross and doesn't want to deal with him. If Mamushi doesn't ever go to Ada, Ada's never gonna send Daemon to him to kill him.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to have to deal with it.
But if Mamushi does tag Ada, Daemon always said that, like, you know, he's her knight or whatever, so he's going to definitely protect her. But the thing is, Kashi and Koji, I don't know if you already discussed this because I had to take a phone call, but Kashi Koji pretty much said that he have to give Konohamaru or Kashi, forgot that man's name. Help me out here. Shikamaru.
Is this
He have to give Shikamaru the plans on his weaknesses or how to defeat him.
Is this a spoiler?
Yeah, because are you good?
He said he hasn't read the chapter yet, so I don't think so.
Oh.
No, I haven't. I haven't. No,
So-
I thought nobody else did. That's
No,
why
we
I
haven't,
But
we
to be
haven't.
fair, he never said he needed to. He just said he was going to tell them.
Yeah, to be fair, Free Game, we're just really, really anxious about spoilers right now because none of us are. So-
It's cool because when I do the pod, I want to be prepared. So it's
yeah,
cool.
all good.
So we can.
Just speaking of that, Oodie, do you have any updates? Like, I don't know if you want to just get into the reaction soon or what our plan is.
No updates yet, but I'll let you know.
Well, I mean, like, but how should we approach this? Are we just going to drag this out until you leave and call it good for today? Or are we going to try and see what happens? Like, what were you thinking?
Probably. If I just never get called in, then we'll find out eventually. Either way, I feel like it probably should be 2 different streams, but maybe we could just keep doing this one stream. I don't know.
Well, it depends because, like, I don't want to, like, start it for 30 minutes and then have to leave.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, if we're going to have the time, then I want to start doing that, like, as soon as possible.
Yeah, I get that. Well, we'll at least go through some more of these topics and decide
Yeah.
at some point, but
I can kick it for like an hour and a half if he has to go.
yeah. We'll
he
figure it out.
has to end the stream. Never mind.
Exactly. But the next comment here. So
You need
Rainstorm.
to- wait, hold on. You need to get the app on your what is that thing called? On your phone for Streamlabs. You can remote turn it off.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, we did the other day. Is we unlisted the stream, and then I just went back in the editor afterwards and clipped out the ending segment that was all quiet.
Yeah, but I think Free Games Way sounds a lot better.
I agree. Yeah, especially since I forgot to turn it on unlisted afterwards, and then someone commented, and that's the only way I remember.
Yeah, and then that's also just several hours of it not being up for people, and it's probably ruining our views.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so download that app. I found that handy at one point in time.
Okay, cool. Well,
when I had to leave early.
Keep that in mind. But speaking of keeping things on track with this comment here. So Rainstorm says, we're talking about an OP character here, LMAO. And yes, Mamushi is going to be used to train Mitsuki because he will be the reason they win. Not Daemon, LMAO. Just watch. So he seems real confident in that one. I guess we'll see how that plays out, won't we, Rainstorm? Every member of Team 7 will have their moment in taking down a Shinju, which parallels each member of Team 7 taking down an Akatsuki member. Yeah, we'll definitely see how that plays out, especially with Sai taking down an Akatsuki member. You remember when Sai took down an Akatsuki member, guys? Yeah?
I mean, he technically did the work and would have caught him stealing Daedra and Sakura, but it's so just a non-thing. Not only that, I mean, Sakura shared taking it down, but like Chiyo did a lot of heavy lifting there.
Literally. And if you want to clarify, then Kakashi took out Kakuzu, and Sasori took out himself, and Daedra took out himself.
Well, to be fair, Sasuke was beating his ass so much he just killed himself.
Well, that's definitely not how that worked, but I see what you mean.
Yeah. Either way, I mean, I agree it should happen because Mitsuki needs a moment. But even then, it's like, okay, what about Kawaki? I'm not counting Hidari. Kawaki didn't beat Hidari. It's not his moment.
Yeah. So I wrote the most ridiculous comeback possible since you just said Mitsuki. So I wrote, so Mitsuki, who is weaker than Sage Mode Mitsuki, who is weaker than Face Araya, who is weaker than Sarada, who is weaker than Sword Araya, who is weaker than Ryu, who is weaker than Mangekyo Sharingan Sarada, who is somewhere around Mamushi, probably, is going to beat Mamushi? When Daemon is fodderizing Mangekyo Sharingan Sarada. Just so we're on the same page. That
All right, he's definitely gonna lose at the Sage Mode Mitsuki. But I do like the way you that scaling. I mean, it's fully accurate.
Exactly.
I mean, he's gonna be lost at Sage Mitsuki because of base. It's so good. It's so sad that's true.
I know.
But again, the thing with Mitsuki though is that, like, realistically, I don't know what arc they're gonna give him, because the arc to give him would have been the one they already gave Sarada. But how are they gonna give it to Mitsuki? Because Mitsuki's already kind of done that in chapter 8. And so, like, what are they just gonna do it more, and it's just gonna be Sarada again? You know, it's just
Like, why?
I feel like Mitsuki needs another power up or something for him to like stand a chance.
he never needed it. He should have just been that strong. Or if you wanted to do the he's holding back thing, because that actually makes sense for Mitsuki, who has been holding back half the series anyway, then do that. But you can't do it the way they've done it. It's too late. But
Let's not forget they have multiple forms of the Sage mode, and he's just using the max form every time now.
he's using the max form every time. Nobody's addressing anything with it at all. It's just weird. It's just Ikimoto either forgot the anime and the Naruto Gaiden chapter, or he specifically wants to rub it in our face that he is not going to pay attention to it.
So, Kamui, did you want to say this part? Or
I mean, maybe it's
yes, I
leading
think we
with
have to
something.
assume Daemon isn't there for the fight in this Mitsuki scenario.
Okay. And for again, what were you saying?
Because there's no scenario where Daemon's there and he needs Mitsuki getting a power up.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be like that. Just doesn't make sense scale anyway. Unless Mamushi's gonna be God, even though we saw him fending off Boruto like equally. Unless they're gonna write to where Mamushi just became God. It's just no.
Maybe it's something more to his Snake Sage mode. Like maybe
I think there's
they
something less
are-
to it based on what they've done so far.
If there was something more to it, why didn't he use it against Ryu?
Because he probably doesn't have it yet.
Oh, God.
But he shouldn't.
Maybe
The thing is, the stage mode on its own, even if I agree, it's having something more to it's great. But ignoring that, what there already was should have been enough. That's the thing.
Not just that.
Why
Let's say
did
he
he get
gets something more. What? He's gonna go to Orochimaru and what? Get a scientific ninja arm, and that's gonna be what scales him up to the Shinju. You know, instead of his perfect dragon sage mode. It's like, what are we doing?
Maybe he'll become a lunar snake sage.
Removing all specialness from
maybe
Mitsuki's
he gets
OP
like
power.
maybe he gets like wood style or something. Who knows?
He shouldn't
Also,
need any of that. His sage mode was already this ridiculous god amps thing that he had going on.
And then he
It's just
The
like-
Nate character, by the way.
But it almost feels like it feels brushed off for some reason.
Yeah.
Because it is.
Exactly.
It doesn't do anything for him. He fights equally as good in base and sage mode.
Well,
Nothing
maybe-
changes
maybe-
when he activates it. He's just as strong as you'd expect his base to be.
Well, maybe it's because like maybe Sage mode isn't up to par with what the threats we're being introduced
But that's
to.
ridiculous because
Sage
we've seen
mode.
it made pre-Academy Mitsuki beyond Orochimaru, like way beyond him. And Orochimaru was having no trouble fighting Victor Kara Inners. He's just like not even trying.
Kara enters to our Otsutsuki level.
Victor is nothing compared to like the current threats.
But it doesn't matter because Orochimaru was so not trying. Like he was just like teasing him, chopping off his peg leg and all this shit. Like he's just like he lets his arm get chopped. He's like starts laughing and just chops his leg off. Like
And again,
he's not
that's
trying. He's not
Otsutsuki
concerned.
level.
He's not afraid. He's not even using most of his abilities. He was trying harder versus Log in the Mitsuki one-shot chapter than he was versus Victor. Like
When you say
So-
Otsutsuki level, what do you mean? Like, can she?
that was the point. You could say Victor's the exception who isn't there, but the fact that Orochimaru
I don't think that's true.
him, it's putting him in a similar tier to the other Kara Inners at the very least.
He can be the weakest Kara Inner, but I think he's still above Ao, who's an outer, and who Konohamaru
He definitely
struggled
is above
against.
Ao.
He's definitely
Exactly.
above Ao.
Yeah, so we
But that's
just
the thing,
cross compare
but you
with how
have to factor
Konohamaru
in,
scaled
like, how
against
strong
Victor.
Ao and Garou actually were.
Exactly. It's like, bro, it's so clear. It's like high Otsutsuki levels where Orochimaru is, and then Mitsuki is fodderizing that.
I think it's becoming. Well, I keep hearing the word Otsutsuki level. I'm guessing in this given point of the context of the story, Otsutsuki level can mean Ishiki level or potentially Momoshiki level or maybe Shiki level. Who knows?
So I
you're
remember
right, it
in one
can.
chapter, Sasuke states that Kara are like an Otsutsuki level threat. This is like early on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the story is like hyping up with them. And I think that they kind of show that with like the Delta fight, like, okay, these guys are monsters. It
Yeah.
doesn't, but then again, but to counter it, this is especially true for the anime. When Momoshiki manifests and just beats Giant Boro, you can argue that's implying, okay, Boro was below an Otsutsuki, so they might be that almost Otsutsuki level. Like, there's different arguments you can make. The point is, they're not too far off. Like,
Yeah,
they're approaching that level on the lower end. And so if Orochimaru is beating them, or even if you want to say he's just below Otsutsuki, that's great. Mitsuki was speed blitzing him before Orochimaru just couldn't react. So where does that put Mitsuki? He's at least at that Otsutsuki tier. At least. And
that's also beginning of
pre-academy.
series. That's not accounted for like he trained for like how many arcs or whatever.
Exactly. That's pre-academy. He's like 10 years older now.
So why is freaking base Araya keeping up with Sage Mode Mitsuki?
Remember, Sage Mitsuki was going to be the thing that rivaled Shinki. Well, we don't know how much of his Sage form he was thinking of using in that fight, but we see that like the point was going to be like, okay, Shinki's really I mean, you look at that heavy fight, Shinki's strong. That guy is like very strong. Okay, way stronger than everyone
If
else.
Mitsuki used it, he would have won easily.
Started together cheating just to like beat him, but he's not even knocked out. He's just a win.
That's the thing. It's clear to me that Mitsuki using Sage Mode was the exact same thing as Boruto using his Scientific Ninja Tech. So if Mitsuki did use his Sage Mode there, he would have just instantly won and be kicked out of the village. Just like Mitsuki.
He
Or
says
just like
he's
Boruto.
not sure. I don't believe him because, and I'm going to say this for a reason. We see in the Kara actuation arc, Deepa's just not trying and he's fodderizing all Team Shinki. Now, I know when it comes to Deepa, a lot of things boil down to whether or not how hard he's trying. But the thing is, Deepa's fast. And you see this in the final fight. When he feels like speed blitzing you, he does it to them every time. The main thing is that he's trying to make them scared and he's trying to basically prove his defense is better than their offense. And that ends up being his downfall. But if Deepa had the speed, if he wanted to just dodge that super compression Rasengan and chop him in the back of the head. He could have won at any point. He was just trying to win a certain way, and that led to his defeat. But Deepa was really freaking fast. He was speed blitzing always so easily. And all this. He's really fast. And Mitsuki speed blitzed him with Sage.
Another fun fact about Deepa, he's a cannibal.
Yeah, but like, he just wanted to taste things. But
It's like Urashiki saw just a glimmer.
Shinki, and then we see Sage Mitsuki speed blitzing Deepa. Did Mitsuki win? No, because Deepa tanked it. But I mean, he got him down to one knee. And
Even
Deepa
then, I think that Sage Mode Mitsuki would be enough to take out Deepa entirely. It's just the fact that he wanted to get Sarada and Boruto out of there.
I mean, as long as he was able to either outlast him, or it kind of depends on how. Because Deepa's armor is actually underrated, and it really took a specific thing to
but again, if we look at what Mitsuki did to the dome in the Mitsuki one shot, you could just do that to Deepa.
Yeah, Deepa was also steaming after that, so it's possible that he would have eventually started steaming and cracking like he does in the final fight anyway.
He's starting to break down. So.
But like, even if he doesn't beat Deepa, that's because Deepa's defenses are ridiculous. The fact is, he was clearly physically better. And if he's better than that, it's just like.
I mean, he could also just do what Log does. Just like get a small snake in there, paralyze him.
His body would have broke down. If he was.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would be similar to the Sasuke retrieval arc, Neji versus Kitamaru, or Choji versus Jirobo, to where he accesses that power and kills him, but in response, that kills Mitsuki afterwards.
Yeah. Something like that. But either way, again, Araya shouldn't be. They even in the flashback, it's clear Shinki's stronger than Araya. He needs the Shinki flavored sword just to have the handicap that might put him on Shinki's level. Okay, but Sage Mitsuki's beyond that. So like, why is base Araya relative to Sage Mitsuki?
Well, I would say that they are on like point, but like as far as like on the same skill level, it's just that Shinki has that dojutsu where he can manipulate sand and he can't. So as far as hand-to-hand combat, I think he probably would have got the best.
That's
of
not
him.
what they were talking about. They're
That's my
talking about
opinion.
Shinki was away his team. It's not even close. It's like a Kage versus a Genin. You know, they're not even close.
Nah, but the Kage, I've been saying this for a while. The Kage system, like the ranking system, like as far as Chunin, Jonin, all that doesn't matter no more. Honestly, as far as how strong an opponent is,
I mean, the Kage are strong.
because yeah, they are strong, but you got members who are not Kages that are
Stronger than
as
Kage.
strong or almost as strong.
Yeah, but like
'Cause,
for
like,
the most part, it does
for
matter. Like
instance,
there's the
for
exceptions
instance,
of when
though,
people
like
like Naruto and Sasuke don't take the tuning exams ever again, and then there's or they're really talented getting in the tuning exams. There's those, and then there's the Jonin who are Kage level, but they just weren't literally a Kage. Every Akatsuki member falls into that camp, for example. But like for the most
Kakashi
part,
in part
I
one.
don't
if you're
even think
comparing
Naruto.
Chunin to Jonin, the Jonin are stronger than the Chunin. That's why the Chunin didn't get promoted.
Yeah, I'm just saying the power system is a little flawed, at least in TBV.
Well, I agree. The TBV power system is flawed, but not for that reason.
I would say so because you got characters who will rival the Kage. All right,
Well,
say
the
for
problem is
Yeah,
they
like Sage
don't.
Mode
They
Mitsuki.
do, but
say
they
for,
don't.
say for instance, hold on, this answer me this. Like if Sakura, sorry, Sarada was to face off on Konohamaru with all her hacks abilities and everything that she can do, do you think that Konohamaru 1-1 is going to be able to beat Sarada?
Well, no.
The problem with
And
her though is that
what's Sarada's rank though?
well, but that's what I was getting into. So for one thing, Mangekyo, we don't know if she got promoted, but they just haven't promoted her yet at the very least. So ignoring Mangekyo, it's kind of implied that she was being held back because she kept complaining to Shikamaru constantly about the traitor Boruto. So it's not fair because she's literally being held back for other reasons, not because of her strength. We don't know Mitsuki's rank for comparison.
No,
Mitsuki could be Jonin, we don't know. This won't tell us.
no. What I'm saying is like the rank system. It doesn't matter no more.
Yeah, but you can't use the exceptions to the rules who have extenuating circumstances to make that point. You have to look at the general
you got more exceptions to the rule. You got Kawaki, you got
Waki's not
BC,
even a ninja in the manga.
but he's still a part of the Hidden Leaf, and at this point, he's the son of the Hokage.
That doesn't make him a ninja, to be fair.
Yeah, he's not formally. Well, he might have off screen became one, in which case you don't know his rank.
Nah, they had a whole arc when he got his headband when he became.
Yeah, but then Boruto gave him the headband, and he said, "Oh, it looks weird on you," and took it back. Like he doesn't actually wear it. Like he never became an official ninja in manga.
I thought I saw him wearing.
That he might have in the time skip. But even then, let's just say he was. They've never discussed his rank. We literally don't know what he's ranked. They haven't told us. It could be anything. To be honest, we don't know a single character's rank. We can only implicate where people are, but we don't actually know their rank.
What I'm saying is, it's a lot of characters that surpass the Kage, even the previous Kage.
Yeah.
Well, let's struck through our examples. Oh, besides Sarada, who has extenuating circumstances.
Like I said, Kawaki.
But we don't know his rank. If he's joining, he's just not the Kage. That's not abnormal. Because there's only going to be
like Kawaki even need a rank?
He's in the village. He surpasses the Hokage in strength.
Yeah, but we know that the Hokage isn't necessarily always the strongest in the village, especially when there just are multiple people strong enough to be that.
I understand that, but when it comes to power ranking and the Naruto verse, they usually do it in the class system.
Yeah, but the point though with the Jonin is that the Jonin can scale infinitely high. But Jonin's overachieving.
That's true. But
and then when it comes to the Genin, if they're young Genny, it just depends like if they just took the tuning exams yet or not. Because some of them talented ones just haven't, like Neji just hadn't taken the tuning exams yet, despite being tuning level. He just hadn't gone there yet. Same with Gar, same with Kokoro, same with Kamari, and so on.
Well, my point is, like, as far as like when it comes to the ranking system, whenever they say the Hokage is the strongest in the village, that's null and void now.
Well, yeah, but they're not okay. First of all, I think they kind of stopped saying that at a certain point anyway. But when they're saying that, it's one, it's mostly true, but it's not necessarily a definitive rule. It's like there's this narrative stuff because they're the most with the fire, and then there's the fact that they basically are, which is not necessarily always exceptions to the rule. Like, there's no exceptions, but like they're generally among the strongest of the village, at the least.
Yeah, I mean, I beg to disagree. I do think that, well, I hear where you're coming from. Like I said, I'm just talking about the ranking system, as far as like the Hokage being supposed to be the strongest in the village. Like going back to like Gara is the strongest ninja in the village. When a
Mhm.
threat happens, Gara comes out and he protects his village, as copious amounts of leaders does, including Naruto. When it was a threat, Naruto was on the front line. So there has to be some type of power base because they're the ones who are granted the responsibility to protect the village.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I
it's expected for you to be very strong. And most of the time, if you look at most of the Kage, they generally are the strongest in their village at the time they're Kage. Like I said, there are few exceptions, but for the most part, it is just true.
yeah, I feel like the exceptions are like obviously like Tsunade,
Yeah, like
Kakashi.
Pain Arc Naruto being stronger than Tsunade, for example.
Yeah, I would even say like you can argue Killer B is stronger than the Raikage.
You could.
Yeah, you can make the argument, but I don't know. Maybe Killer B has something under his bag because he's been dealing with Shukaku for. I mean, not Shukaku. What's A-Tail's name?
Yuki. I mean, like,
Genkuku?
personally, I think they were just
Yuki.
relative.
I was about to say
Like,
Genkuku. Yuki. Yeah, Yuki. He's been doing it for a while, so he may know ways around like his abilities. And then he's been training with Killer B for like since they was children. So I don't know how that will fare out.
either way, next topic. Oodie, you muted. Are you back at work?
Hey, I had a topic for y'all if y'all don't mind real quick before
Okay.
because I have to go to my podcast.
Okay.
But do you guys, I don't know if you discussed this already, but I just want you guys' point of view. I haven't seen spoilers yet, but do you think that Daemon put Sarda under a Genjutsu or
You mean
The other way
Sarada's
around.
Damon?
You mean the other way around?
Yeah.
Damon? Yeah, yeah. You know what I mean?
No, it's my answer.
Mm.
She did not put him in a genjutsu. He genuinely speed blitzed her and will genuinely win the exchange. It's my prediction.
I don't think so.
That didn't pop up in spoilers.
No.
I
No,
well, okay.
no comment.
I've seen a spoiler that kind of implies something, but regardless, my prediction has been and remains: Daemon wins. No genjutsu on him, or if she does, it doesn't work.
Got you. Okay.
What do you
Well,
think?
that was my theory. So I thought she did. I thought, because it's like her just activating her dojutsu. Damon is fast as hell, so maybe he preemptively knew that she was going to do something like that and was already prepared, or he seen it, but he wasn't able to react in time. By the time he jumped up, he could have been in he could have been in the Genjutsu. But we still don't know what the second eye does, but she still has a Sharingan at the end of the day. And that's you can place Genjutsu with that.
Yeah, but I just don't think they're gonna put Daemon. Like, I just feel like that's not gonna be the reveal of Daemon. It's just him being bodied by Zara.
Yeah, like imagine if Damon's weakness is just Genjutsu. That's kind of lame.
It's all it took.
It's got to be something on.
I mean, that would be
It's got to be a
that wouldn't be a
Shinjitsu tier
weakness.
ability that can counter
I
him.
wouldn't count that as a weakness though.
It just seems way too easy. Sarada beats him. Please.
Sarada immediately puts him under a Genjutsu. That's just that.
But
Easy.
Sarada doesn't have to beat him at that point. It's just she could alter his memory and think he's doing something that he's not. So she can kind of showcase her power to him, like, don't play with me.
Alter his memory.
I say do that with literally any other character.
What character? Like what?
Anyone else.
Like who?
Literally anyone else.
I would like to see that just because, Daemon is on this high horse, and if he can be tricked and placed in Genjutsu, say he tears off Sarada's head and stuff like that, and he think he won, and then the Genjutsu's over, and none of that ever happened.
You could do that, but like, why not do that against Ryu instead? I know they did something else to them, but he already hiding.
Like Itachi did to
Datara.
Sasuke.
Well, the other reason why I don't really like this personally is because in the manga, Sarada doesn't do Genjutsu. She's never even said the word Genjutsu before. I don't like this random out of nowhere. She's finally using it, but it's working a little bit slowly. She's not Itachi. She's not Genjutsu God. Okay, she's never been. They don't do it with her. So to just to start her off.
It's been a 3-year time skip. I mean, anything can happen. Honestly.
Yeah, and
but we never.
But if she's so godly good at Genjutsu, why didn't she try it against Ryu?
But can't you say the same thing about like the Shidori? Did she like ever like we never seen her use Shidori before she used it against Boro, right?
Yeah, and that was her like praying to her dad for it to be successful. But just randomly spitting out, Daemon level Genjutsu. That's like her just fodderizing Boro at the beginning of the fight with the Chidori. No prayer, just does it. Okay.
All right. Hey, I gotta get ready for the pod. Thanks for letting me join, and catch y'all later.
Catch you later.
Alrighty. Yeah.
All right. Peace.
Yeah.
I think Oodie's at work, and I don't know what he wants me to do.
I have a question. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Do you guys think that Mamushi eating or consuming Ida can be written well? Because I know I think Kamui and Oodie were talking about it, and I think you guys were under the notion that it wouldn't be good.
It depends. The problem is that the timing is like, if he consumes Ada now, you're either gonna have not wrapped up her character like at all, or you're gonna be rushing whatever you can but not finishing her. And if you wait to devour her, just so you can put Ada, I feel like you're just not doing anything for this whole target thing, because they've already failed to devour everyone else so far. So for me, I'm not gonna like it no matter what. But it's almost better off having them beat Mabushi. But then I don't want Mabushi to just be defeated. That's the problem. So I don't really know what to think there. But I think it's better off she's not defeated for Ada's character's sake. I would have liked Konohama being devoured, personally, but too late.
Oh. By what Shinju?
Matsuri. If Boruto just didn't show up. Just remove that second. I hate the second half of that arc anyway. Just have Konohama be devoured. Are you right? Well, what do you think?
I think I personally would like to see her get eaten, just to see what happens. If like he
Here's the
gains
thing,
a
like, I
powers or
think
something.
we just need to know what happened at the very least. We just want someone to be
Now-
devoured.
What's crazy, what's interesting is that Mamushi mentioned Ada's genetic, I would say her genes.
Right.
So
Yeah.
if Mamushi is successful at eating eating Ada, there could be a chance that he may end up getting his hands on some of Shibai's maybe genetic.
He gets omnipotence.
Yeah, like imagine. Well, it's kind of interesting because if he does end up gaining something from Shibai's cells, what do you think it could be? Do you think it could be something in relation to his Ten Tails physiology or his biology, in a sense, like an ability? I can't.
That it depends on whether he's going to directly gain her abilities or not.
Because if
he couldn't do just directly get her stuff.
that would be super interesting if Mamushi is successful at devouring Ada, and then he ends up gaining some form of Shibai level Shinjutsu from devouring her, and I would guess his body accepting whatever the cells of Shibai inside of him. If that's the case, I don't know how they're gonna do it.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's the thing. Is like I want it for Mamushi, but I don't want it for Ada. So I don't know what I want.
Okay.
Maybe they could have Mamushi change targets to Daemon and just kill Daemon
Yeah, I
instead.
was gonna ask
But
that.
but then he's never gonna win.
What if he actually has ability that can beat Daemon? Do you think that's possible?
Well, see, my issue isn't getting around reflection. That's why everyone's so focused on. I want to know how he gets around Daemon's speed and strength. How does he beat him in taijutsu?
Oh,
Like,
his immense physical strength.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
is he
his
doing
immense-
against
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
He's gonna have some counter to that before anything else.
I don't
Yeah.
I don't remember if he has regeneration, but if he does, he can just like tire Daemon out.
Well, no, I'll tell you his regeneration. He has to leave the dimension and go heal at the tree. Like he'd already, everyone else. So David just doesn't let him do that.
But Jorah is the only one who can like literally leave the dimension and heal himself.
But he has to make trees to do it. Even Jorah, if you just beat him up before the trees touch him.
Yeah, we don't know whether or not if it's instantaneous or whether or not if it has to be set in order for Jorah. Yeah.
So what we've seen is not instant. He has to put the tree on himself, and it doesn't even do it instantly. He's literally talking, saying a full paragraph, and he's still being healed in that paragraph. Like,
That's interesting.
their healing sucks, bro. He's hyping up all this Biju healing. It is not impressive.
I mean, he was able to repair lost limbs and
Delta's healing
everything.
was faster. Naruto chops her legs up, and she feels it in literally half a panel. What have they talked about Delta's regeneration? Like never.
Probably
Boros is
not.
better too.
Oh yeah. What
Ten
the
Tails
heck?
Madara's was better.
Oh, I fucking hate these little zombies.
But that said, targeting Daemon's an interesting idea because, in theory, if he could somehow win, he could get the OP power while letting Ada keep being a character. I just don't see how it's gonna beat Daemon.
Yeah. If Daemon is, it feels like Daemon's like that one obstacle. That is whether or not if you can beat him or if you can't, then it's just, yeah, it's GG's.
What if they let Mabushi live? Daemon lets Mabushi live and keep coming back stronger, just keeps trying and losing. That's why Daemon never does anything in the future. He's just messing around with Mabushi.
Thinking I don't know, but maybe Code just like pops out of nowhere and like just helps Mamushi like beat Daemon or something. I don't know.
I mean, I would be down to have Code do something, but he's supposed to be looking for Koji. Yeah, I don't know. But I would like Code to do something. Because when he hasn't literally done anything. So
Yeah, his entire goal is to eat a chakra fruit and become a god. And
I
I feel like that.
To look for Boruto and Koji right now.
Yeah.
As part of his deal with Jorah.
So if he goes through this plan with Jorah, like basically doing everything he says, and Jorah, I don't know if Jorah's even gonna live up to his his side of the deal. What the?
I don't know, but it's what Code to do something. I want Code to run into Code personally. I don't care if he sees Boruto again. I want him to interact with Code.
Maybe we can see like a Koji versus Code fight. Would be
Yeah, that'd be cool. But just an interaction. I just want to see Code's reaction to Koji not only being alive, but betraying Ishiki. Technically, Code doesn't even know.
No, he does know. Ishiki did tell him. I remember Ishiki. No, he did?
Specifically left out Koji. That's one of the sus things about the conversation.
Why are there zombies spawning in the water?
Also, by the way, do you think they'll ever go back to that? Because there was like a hint that there were like a few more Otsutsuki, like Sasuke like went to like Jigen's dimension and he saw like those Otsutsuki hologram. They're the two destroyed ones.
I will hold that over my grave. If Yukimoto never comes back to those two, I'll drop the series so many times.
Oh, why?
Because
I can't accept. That's my false gun. I cannot accept.
Yeah, it's like if you introduce something, at some given point you got to come back to it, or maybe.
Well, not if you're Yukimoto, but but like that's one.
That's like the earliest thing that like people were like mainly talking about. Like, oh, there's these two destroyed
literally
things.
Destroyed,
that was like
yeah. And they've emphasized them so many times.
And it's like, okay, we see two destroyed stones of maybe two lower ranking Otsutsukis. I guess they're slightly below Kinshiki and Momoshiki.
I mean, we don't know if that's actually how that works. So
we don't even know how strong they are at all.
Yeah,
probably know it just goes.
I guess it's a little too early to kind of assume that they're like weaker than them. Maybe they could potentially be. Maybe they could be. Maybe they could be Shibai and his partner before he ascended. Maybe maybe that was like Shibai before he became an Otsutsuki god. Who knows?
I mean, that's the easiest option, just because of another person we know. But I mean, anything I just want an answer. I'm totally happy with Urashiki being one of them, but just tell me.
The problem is that Urashiki is an anime only, and I think I think the last time, I think Sumire was originally an anime only character before they added her into manga. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
So I guess it's not impossible for them to add Urashiki into the manga.
I just hope they don't.
Well, I mean, honestly, I think only me, Oodie, and Mr. Mayhem would love this. But like, because okay, so a little bit of context here. In the anime, when Urashiki quote unquote died, there's this like thing in the sky that looks like Ada's omnipotence. And so because Momoshiki said, oh, people have used omnipotence on Earth countless times. If they just want to write it to where he actually did that there, then there you go. That's the explanation. He used omnipotence. That's why nobody remembers him. That's how the manga gets around it. And I understand that most people would say that's stupid, but at least I will love it because of how crazy dumb it is. But it's Urashiki, so we forget everything.
It's kind of crazy because omnipotence can be used as a tool was also used as a tool to explain why the Otsutskis weren't there in the beginning of part 1. I mean, not just part 1 Boruto, but all of Naruto.
Not technically yet, but
yeah.
like it can be as soon as they, actually do something with it. But because as of right now, the explanation is they were just waiting for Kaguya to come back, but because nothing implies anyone was necessarily looking for anything until Momoshiki and Kinshiki did.
Oh, question: does this series ever give a reason why Boruto is like a good vessel?
No,
I don't know if they should, because I think after we know Boruto comes from an overpowered fruit, a tree of fruits. So
yeah, but then you would say that applies to a lot of people. So
yeah, I'm guessing that the only reason why, I mean, in the manga they make it clear that the reason why Momoshiki chose him was because of how interesting his fate was in comparison. I'm not really to everyone, but I'm guessing he was just more so specifically interested in Boruto's fate and what will happen to him.
Then, that's not even necessarily why he chose him. It could just be because Boruto was the one nearby. Like, it's not because
I know, yeah.
He notices his fate earlier in the fight, but then he re-looks at it and re-thinks about how interesting it is. The Byakugan blood thing was a revelation he didn't even talk about until he was already dead and talking to Boruto. Yeah. So that's not the reason why he chose him to be like a.
I'm not gonna really use that as like an argument. Ow, well, I'm dead. I'm not gonna really use that as an argument for why Momoshiki chose him, because that's just.
He already chose him before he even noticed.
But anything like talking about his genetics or anything, maybe the Jogan, that's kind of like fantastic.
Yeah, I was about to say the Jogan or something.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Jogan hasn't really made an appearance in the manga. I guess the only thing you can say is that the Jogan does exist because of the panel of the Otsutsuki God in chapter 55.
But even then, Boruto wasn't using in the manga. Momoshiki doesn't even take note of his Byakugan blood until after he's already chosen himself.
But then, like, when you go into chapter 55, you see like the panels of these like eyes that look similar to the Jogan in the anime, and then that kind of makes you wonder, okay, because this wasn't necessarily. I refuse to believe that was Shibai. I think that was just Ishiki's.
It's a conceptual idea,
of an Otsutsuki God. So that just tells me that Ishiki himself knows that the Jogan exists. It's just. I'm guessing that's just what he believes that Otsutsuki God would wield, like maybe something, an eye akin to the Jogan, or maybe that is the Jogan. Who knows?
Yeah, it's assuming that even is Igimoto's Jogan, right?
Who knows? I like to believe that is the Jogan, because I think in part 1, in chapter 1, the Jogan was just silver. Well, it was just clear as the Byakugan, except the difference is the pupil isn't big. Drawn as big as the Byakugan that he makes it, including Kishimoto when he designs the Byakugan, the pupils are like big.
Yeah. But then again, considering how inconsistent he draws the Rinnegan, for all we know, that's just how he was drawing Byakugans at first. That's the problem. We just don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. I'm thinking they might just end up retconning the Jogan and just never addressing it in the manga.
Honestly, I think it'd be better. Narratively, the Jogan shouldn't exist. It should be a Byakugan. I've gone over this before in the past. It just would be better. Just don't do it, honestly.
But the problem
let the enemy come up with some bullshit.
The anime is already so different from the manga. They've already retconned with
Yeah.
Mitsuki and every other character under the
I don't
sun.
even know how.
Just
I don't even know
go
how the
all the
anime
way.
can
Yeah.
fix it.
Yeah, I think what they should have done was not introduce the Jogan at all. Then there
Yeah.
wouldn't be like any continuity like issues or
I
errors
agree.
with the eye in of itself.
I agree.
I feel like
Put it
it
on a
just
thing.
being the Byakugan would just be boring.
Yeah, that
How does he
too.
do
I don't.
something with
Yeah,
it?
yeah,
How does
but
he
that
do something
I
with it?
remember you once said that. I remember you once told me that Boruto can use Future Sight with the Byakugan. I was like, I kind of have a problem with that because it's like, it's not like he's using observation hockey where he can just see 5-10 seconds into the future every time, like what Luffy can against what's his name?
Akuri?
Yeah, Katakuri. Yeah.
If Boruto were to use Momoshiki's version, it's clearly not going to be too OP. Momoshiki's was wrong anyway.
Yeah,
Valid.
Moshiki had fragmented, I would say, pieces
Nah,
of.
no, that's what Boruto saw. Momoshiki said it was quite clear. So
Also, like
Yeah,
Momoshiki.
Yeah.
I was saying Momoshiki has like, at least in his ghost form, he has like the ability to stop time. So like Boruto might get like an ability like that in the future too.
I really wouldn't mind if Boruto gained an ability to like stop time. I guess maybe like temporal, like some sort of like temporal maybe dilation, as in like a little area of effect time ability, or maybe it could be like him actually stopping time as a whole. Who knows?
personally, since apparently the manga doesn't want Himawari to have to be Byakugan, wants it to just be a Biju. Just give Boruto the lock-on mode. That's his eye. That's
Yeah,
what it does.
that's the thing. It's like that's the
Boruto's
thing.
doing the Byakugan stuff anyway. They're not doing the Himawari. Just give that to Boruto. Problem though.
See, that's the thing. I was just like, dang, what happened to her Byakugan?
Ooh.
Himawari. It's not the
Yeah,
fact
the
that
one
it's
that-
not there. It's just she's never used it
In
at all.
the end, she can use it at will later on. To
Because we
literally.
s- yeah. I think what was it during Naruto's Hokage inauguration? I don't know if that was actually also in the manga. Was it in the manga?
It was in a Kishimoto made it in a
Special.
manga format, but it wasn't in the manga. It's like a
It's like a
exercise
one shot.
to make
Yeah,
things.
it's like a one shot special or something.
One
Yeah.
shot special, like just the episode in of itself, not really.
It's in the manga too. It's like
Oh,
they
it's
have
in
like
the
a one shot.
That's what the
Yeah.
episode's based on.
Okay, so if she could do that, I don't know why Ikimoto never. I don't know. Damn.
Because he forgot or doesn't care.
I
Or
hope he doesn't
I feel like
forget
that
it.
this could be because of the manga's like schedule or its monthly format.
That's not why he doesn't want to use it. He doesn't have to do anything with it. She just has to put it on, just draw the veins. Just address that she is using it. That's all he has to do.
I mean, it's just like I feel like Ikimoto could have done. Damn.
Like, what can you even use? Like, what can how can Byakugan even be useful at this point?
Bro, she
Like,
has her OP lock on mode. Just do that. Make up whatever.
She can literally turn on and turn off her Byakugan like a fucking Sharingan. I was like, and now she's like what this human Jinchuriki Biju hybrid on top of that.
Yeah, apparently she's like the best like Jinchuriki of all time. She has like the best affinity for Kurama or something.
Well, that's the thing. They also emphasize that she's not. Well, she is a Jinchuriki, but it's like she's something more akin to a Biju.
You know, they're just wrong.
I don't know. You guys may disagree. You guys may disagree with me on this, but I feel like giving Himawari Kurama was just. I don't know. I don't like it.
I think the Byakugan is so much better.
I feel like she should have had some sort of hidden, I would say, Otsutsuki like power that she never knew she had. Something akin to, I don't know if it's, Toneri or not really Toneri, but like.
Oh, it's literally just, it's Snitsky stage mode again. Just use her lock on mode. It was already OP. Just do that.
Then again, why draw in the early conception I guess in the early conceptual stages of Boruto, we saw the images of him into this little Kurama cloak form, and he has the Byakugan. I was just like, oh my god.
Yeah, maybe they'll just do that with Himawari. Give her like Byakugan with like her Nine Tails mode or something.
Hmm.
Oh,
There's
no.
a lot of people kept saying that this was foreshadowed, but in chapter 76,
Not foreshadowing.
they never
It's not
really
foreshadowing.
say, huh?
That's not how foreshadowing works. It's not
I don't.
foreshadowing Kurama. It's setting up that she has something. It's not
Yeah, she
foreshadowing
has.
Kurama.
No, I've been
difference.
hearing a lot of people I've been hearing some people say that. I was just like, no. Cause it's like, no, she has something, but it's not, but they never tell you, oh, it's Kurama or it's any other Biju power. And also, why would Daemon be I guess
Exactly.
yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around it. It's like, why would Daemon be, stunned by this? That the fact that she has a Biju inside of her.
Well, according to Ikimoto, it was the future synergy of Himawari and Kurama. But then I asked, how future? Because it can't be right now, because Himawari is still weak. So it has to be like this end game synergy that's beyond what's right now. But that doesn't make sense. She already has the synergy. It's been weird.
Also, Kurama's already tamed. And Kurama coming back 3 years later. I guess
Tail Beasts never die. Like they die, but they always come back, as we've seen Naruto.
Well, it depends. It depends on the day of the week. Because like Kurama's saying he's gonna die. If Naruto dies, he's gonna join him. But then he later on is like, oh yeah, we always come back. So he just lied to Naruto.
I think it's more so like I was led into this sense of, oh, Kurama's never coming back. That's what they kind of implied that was going to be the case.
Yeah,
like he died.
Just different.
The anime also showed like Kurama going up into like heaven or something, like symbolizing you like terminally dead or something.
It's in the manga.
Yeah, it's like, oh, he's gone this time. Like Kurama and Naruto, no longer a thing. And then you go into
he was going to cease to exist. Yeah, the chakra would be consumed in this different reaction. That's what they were doing.
And then, to my surprise, all of a sudden, Kurama resurfaces in Himawari.
Yeah,
I was just like, wait, what? I thought he was fully gone. Nope. Apparently, Himawari has a sliver of Biju chakra, and he somehow re-emerges and resurfaces in her body. I was just like,
I don't have a problem with that. My problem is this: if they just had him say like he thought he was going to be dead because of Baramo, blah blah blah, but I guess to my surprise, you had my chakra at birth all along. That's why I'm here, blah blah blah. I'd be fine with that. It's the fact that he's just acting like he was always going to come back. He's like, oh, I guess it turns out you had my chakra or something else. I don't know. Who cares? It's the fact that he's just like expecting it. It's like, well, then why were you talking the way you were before?
Well, how the way Ikimoto does. Well, what Ikimoto does is that he says, "Oh, maybe it could be, Wait, hold on. Let me pull up the chapter real quick. I think that was chapter 11.
It might be. Perhaps you were born with a sliver of my chakra. Perhaps it's your Hugo Uzumaki blood, or maybe it's just fate. But it doesn't matter why. Who cares? Move on."
So that's what I had a problem with. I was like, wow, he just hand waved this entire thing, and he's gonna wait for the plot to explain why that's the case.
No.
He's gonna wait until we get to the point.
That's if he does that. That's if he ever explains it.
But that's my problem. It's like, oh, okay, all right. I don't really like the fact that he kind of just did that, but all right.
They probably will never. They're never gonna expand on it. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I kind of don't like that decision at all.
Because I remember early on in the series, they were hinting at like there's a connection between like the Byaku, like Sakura Steel, like the karma, and they never came back to it.
Mm-hmm. Or I think I was talking to you about the Amato's pills and how that could have been the answer towards Boruto's predicament, and I don't think Ikimoto's ever gonna mention that ever again. I was like, oh,
could have been a lot of things. Could have been a lot of things.
It could have been a lot of things. I like to believe that it was because of the pills that Boruto's situation with the karma has gotten worse until And then throughout the manga, we kept hearing that, we kept thinking to ourselves, okay, Momoshiki's still in the background plotting something. Like he's like actively waiting for Boruto to, reach his downfall so he can take over his body, because you would expect that Momoshiki would still want to figure out a way how to, bring Boruto down to his lowest pit of despair. Nope. I think chapter 25, they told us, Momoshiki's just been sulking. Yeah, Momoshiki's just been depressed. I was like, okay.
Also, if Boruto like befriends Momoshiki, I'm just gonna drop the manga.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
I really don't want Momoshiki or Boruto to be friends at all.
Yeah.
I think it's worse than them being friends. He's freaking stringing Momoshiki like, come on, buddy, just be a villain. Come on.
He was literally giving Momoshiki some motivation to just, get out of his depression. Hey, that's why he struck that deal. He was like, hey man, if I can borrow some power from you to kill Jorah, I'll let you do whatever you want with my body.
He's just like, this is too. It's too
Boruto
easy.
is just lying. I'm predicting Boruto's just lying.
Yeah, but I think he's lying
Why
too.
would Momoshiki accept this deal? It's such a pointless, stupid deal that makes no sense for either party.
Wait, but Momoshiki could read Boruto's mind, right? So like he would know if he's lying, right?
He doesn't need to. Why would he trust him? Boruto's shown the ability to just regain control. What's stopping him from doing that? What's going to keep him out of control? Do you really think he thinks Boruto's just going to honor his word?
Didn't chapter 75 establish that Boruto can see whatever Momoshiki can see, and they can hear each other's thoughts?
Not always, though. They don't always hear each other's thoughts. Sometimes, but not always. Not a guarantee. Because, for example, like, he's talking to Momoshiki, then they go away, and then later on he starts hearing his thoughts again, and he's just like, oh, hey, it's just happening again. But it's like, it seems that it's not always happening, it just sometimes happens, sometimes doesn't. So it depends. But apparently Momoshiki hasn't had a single thought in 3 years. He's that depressed. Not one.
So that's the thing. It's like, why? Okay, so if throughout the manga we were told that anytime Boruto uses the karma seal, he would feel the sensation of dying, or he felt Momoshiki take over in instances where he ends up activating the karma, and Momoshiki pretty much he felt. I don't know if he felt his presence or whatever, but if all he's been doing was sulking in a corner, does that mean that Momoshiki wasn't really paying attention at all to what was going on?
Well, it might be that moment. I mean, so the most consistent answer is kind of ridiculous, but the most consistent answer, it's not perfect, but it's the most consistent, is that when Momoshiki was taking over, Boruto felt Momoshiki's desire to die and or try to kill himself, and that's the feeling of dying that he felt. And then you say, well, why doesn't he take over against Jorah when Boruto's knocked out? Because he wants to die and Jorah's about to kill him, so he's just waiting for that to happen. And it doesn't. It's the most consistent answer, because everything else is just filled with problems.
I have another question. If like Amato wants to bring his daughter back, can he not like just go to Orochimaru and have him do Edo Tensei or something? Or just bring his daughter back like that?
Dude, he can just bring back Granny Gio and have her.
Didn't she need like a white Zetsu to kind of do that? Like kind of act as a vessel to bring this.
No. Amato can just clone the Granny Gio, give her the same powers the same way Koji Jiraiya and everyone else, and then Granny Gio's clone just does it.
Like you don't need a white Zetsu. All you need is a living sacrifice. So like you can just have Orochimaru make like a Shin clone or something and just sacrifice it.
Well, Amato's not going to want to do Edo Tensei for obvious reasons, but my thing is Granny Gio is just gonna work.
Or you can just get a Granny Gio clone.
I mean, the other option, the reason why that could arguably not work would be body rotting issues. But if you really want to circumvent that, you can do the Warwick bullshit science of Edo Tensei Akubi, and then use Rene Tensei to just turn the Edo Tensei into Akubi the same way Madara did, even though that makes no sense. But you can just do that, but it's consistent.
Is the Reno Tensei the Rinnegan thing where you just bring the person back to life?
Yeah.
But,
just
like-
turn Madara Zeno Tensei into a body. So,
But I don't think no one has a Rinnegan anymore, right?
yeah, but all you got to do is just clone them with Amado's technology.
Oh, I guess.
It's the problem is it is that easy. They're just not going to address it. But it really is. Amado's not above using others as tools like that. So, why not? He can program them to behave how he wants to. It's just like, actually is that easy. But anyway, you guys have other questions.
What do you think is stronger between Ishiki and Jura?
That one's tough to say because a lot of reasons, but honestly, I like the idea that they're relative best personally, but
Yeah.
you could make arguments for both, and there's no way to prove it until we get some better definitive things about each. Like, the best thing to do would get an actual confirmation of when they say stronger than Jigen, what they really mean, because Oodie and I have talked about this in the past. It actually just makes more sense that they mean base Jigen for a lot of reasons. But until they, it's the fault of the story for not clarifying either way. But until they actually do that, it makes a lot of things tough to say. But I think they should be in the same tier personally. It would be the best way to do it because they're both like world-ending threats that know they're unstoppable at full power. Blah blah blah. It's all the same stuff they're using for both. So, plus if there are Jura Ishiki connections, all the more reason to have them be similar strength. Ishiki is also the pinnacle of strength of part one, outside of arguably Daemon, but Daemon's not the antagonist. You know, Jura be that for part two in the same way. But what do you think?
That's hard to say because like they're both stated above. You said they're both stated above Jigen, which the story states. You said it makes more sense if you're just talking about base Jigen instead of Karma Jigen.
Well, for all the stronger than Jigen people, I think Karma 2 Jigen is basically Ishiki level, but he doesn't last as long. But
Also, just Ishiki level in a bad body.
yeah, and obviously abilities wise, he's not using his full kit as Jigen, but the power should be about the same for numerous reasons. Because at the end of the day, Jigen's using all of Ishiki's power via karma. Jigen's is the body. Either way, Jigen's feats are actually better. Like when he kicks Naruto out of the Karma Avatar, Naruto's knocked out. Meanwhile, he's kicking base Sasuke, and Sasuke's fine. So the feats are just better for Jigen in all honesty. But ignoring that, it's good to be the same. And then there's other things with the scaling. We've done this in streams before for like 50,000 different reasons, but things are more consistent. They make more sense. It doesn't make sense to have Konohamaru stronger than Karma 2 Jigen. That just doesn't make sense, right? For obvious reasons. But if you do the base Jigen scaling, Konohamaru's not even necessarily base Jigen level, and it works out better. So, or at least he's not beyond Karma 2 G. That doesn't make sense.
No,
Why would
remember-
Konohamaru be that strong? That doesn't
I remember in the anime, like Jigen actually does fight Konohamaru in base. He just blitzes him.
Yeah, bodies them.
Yeah.
But people fail to realize that base Jigen's strong. He's stronger than base Naruto. Who's like contending with Fuseboji. Like base Jigen's strong. That's all Kawaki's ever seen. He's never seen Karma Jigen's strength. So who's he comparing Naruto to when he says, "Oh, 6 pass Naruto might be stronger than Jigen"? He's comparing him to base Jigen. That makes sense. Naruto is stronger than base Jigen. Apple power. But he's way weaker than Karma 2 Jigen. Base Jigen just was stronger than all. And also, think about it from Jigen's perspective. He's not going to want to be having to go into his full power that nearly kills him just to fend off a rogue Boro. No, he's going to want to be stronger than him in base. I want all of the Karin weaker than his base. That makes more sense. It's like 50,000 different reasons. It makes more sense. But I mean, we have an old stream on it if you want to hear more explanation. I don't know what it's probably titled like something with GK.
You say Sarada. Like, do you think Sarada's Mangekyo ability is like the best one, or like where do you rank it in terms of like MS abilities or Mangekyo Sharingan abilities?
Yeah.
Number
It kind
two.
of depends on a few factors. Like, I'm still saying Kamui's better,
Yeah, me too.
but
Yeah, Kamui's way better.
it's probably better than Amaterasu.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
it depends on all the full utility and its full strength, how much it's draining Sarada, things to factor in like that do matter. Because if she can only use it for 2 minutes and it just doesn't work on people who fly, and that's tougher enemies, it well, that kind of sucks. But it's probably better than Amaterasu and flame control as well. Nobody knows Monar's abilities.
Yeah.
Pokemon Takami is like, well, it depends on the one, the circumstances, because Photo can just be a you win card, but it also can be not that useful. It depends. Tsukuyomi is another one where it's like, well, technically speaking, other than the few exceptions who it just doesn't work on, it is just a one-shot win because
Tsukuyomi?
you can, yeah, because
Yeah.
like as an example, he's not breaking out of it because yeah, Yuki can break. The jutsu's over in a millisecond. B's already done before Yuki can do anything. So like a lot of these people just lose it. It's so that one's kind of like it depends.
Yeah.
So
Because I think
it's definitely a good one because no offense to Sasuke, he kind of got screwed over. But
yeah, Sasuke's Mangekyo abilities are ass.
they're actually just the worst. But
Really cool though.
yeah. Kamui's just, I mean, granted, part of it's because of Obito's usage of it, but like, if you factor in DMS Kamui, you're like, you low key just can like be intangible and snipe away your head, and his intangibility he doesn't have to do anything. It's literally gets to run for 5 minutes straight, but if you stop it at 4 minutes, the timer just resets again. Basically, it's so OP.
From what I remember, like Tsukuyomi can just be countered by looking at your like as if you avoid eye contact, you can just like
Yes.
avoid being yeah. So
No, that's oftentimes easier said than done. But yes, I mean that is a lot of things. So like Kabuto just counteracts it by just making himself blind and sensing instead.
yeah,
But that's
because
not gonna work.
I remember like Guy. I remember part one. Guy was like, I can avoid being placed under Itachi's genjutsu by like looking at his feet to fight or something.
Yes, but then again, what he's doing was easier said than done. Most people can't just do what he did the way he did. So it is like it's easy in concept. It's very simple, the solution. But then it's everyone's always failing to it. Even when they know better. They always just do it. It's just human nature, I guess. But so you could argue hers is better than that for that reason, which puts her at like second best. I mean, it's either I'm just gonna lump the two comedies together for this. It's around that Tsukuyomi Kodo Matsukami level. Maybe it's a little bit better, but it's high, but it's not. I still think Kamui's just better. Because the other thing is, it's like if flying just is a counter, that's such a simple thing that so many people have. Whereas the counters to Kamui were so specific, that nobody has.
Yeah, I think the counter to Kamui
is Kamui.
Flying Thunder God, yeah.
And the Flying Thunder God one could easily be counteracted if Obito just did things differently. Like if he used this, for example, when he tries to suck Minato up and Minato teleports away, if he just did his cutting sprigs jutsu out of his hand there and just destroyed Minato's arm, just win. So like he's just not even using it the best way possible. Meanwhile, freaking like the Tsuchikage can just fly away from Sarada's gravity, assuming flying works, and it should work. But assuming it does, the freaking Tsuchikage. And then also, like, hypothetically, If Suigetsu turning to water just beat her gravity, doesn't matter. Obito's Kamui should work too. There's a lot of things that just beat. What happens if you Amaterasu the orb? Is it gonna break the orb? Like what happens, you know? There's a lot of things that we don't know yet. With that is important to consider. But I wonder what a mortal thinks. Assuming he's still here.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Well, what do you think?
What was the question?
How does Sarada's Mangekyo gravity power rank compared to the other abilities? And I'm going to do the squat set while you answer.
It's I would say it's up there. It's pretty up there.
I think it's number 3.
Yeah.
Number 2, personally for me.
I have Obito's first, Itachi second, then third, Sarada's.
What was Itachi's again?
Tsukiyomi and Amaterasu.
Yeah.
And the worst one is like Sasuke's.
Would you put Koto Matsukami above Sasuke's?
Definitely.
Yes. Like Amaterasu, like is pretty much useless in the series.
Well, I mean, not that it's useless, it's that too many people just have the counted for it.
Yeah.
You know, what if Sarada gained something more powerful than Amaterasu based off her son?
what way?
Well, I would say actually no. You know, forget about that. Let's say based off there are some fan theories that Sarada could gain flames that actually heal people. Similar to I would say what was it?
What I was gonna say there that works with this. It's not the heat, it's the utility of its use, because Amaterasu is not just too cold. That's not the issue. The issue is too many people have a way to just negate it at this point. That's the issue. They just wrote it that way. So Sarah would need a way to actually be able to use her ability so that it can be used. Healing Flames could obviously work, but that's you use it on yourself or your teammates. But if it's offensive, it's like the issue is getting it to hit the person. That's what she would need. But it can't be too OP because, again, if it's as hot as Amaterasu, it actually hits. It pretty much game over. So.
I was going to say, what if it could also heal but also destroy at the same time, depending on how she wants to utilize the flames?
It can do that, but then you got to get to how is she going to hit anyone?
Makes sense, because the data books make it clear that the only way for her to get off Ohirume is for her opponents to be in her direct line of sight.
Yeah, and that's the case for the abilities. So
yeah,
that's
pretty much. Yeah.
Because I mean, actually, the only exception to that, which is technically not an exception, but it's Obito's his famous Kamui. Not the one where he sucks people in would count. You've got to see him. It's his phasing. That's the only one that doesn't do it because he doesn't have to see himself to do it. It just happens. All the others, like Shisui has to see the person when he does it. They don't have to see him, but he has to see them. Dachi Tsukiyomi, eye contact. Amaterasu, it spawns where you look. Same for Sasuke. Kagashi's Kamui spawns where he looks. Or Rime spawns where she looks. That's a common trend. So it's either apply to yourself or you got to see the thing. That's very consistent. To break that now would suck.
I know this is not canon, but I know like one of the games, modders like Mangekyo abilities to like rewind time for like a couple of minutes or something.
Yeah, that one's kind of ridiculous. I don't really know what to make of it.
I think that was not canon.
Because
it's ridiculous. But... What'd you say?
Has he even used his Mangekyo Sharingan before?
Who?
I
Ooh,
don't
Madara?
remember. Yeah,
yes, he
Madara.
has, but he hasn't
He
used
has.
he hasn't used his like unique abilities.
Yeah, he's only used Susano on screen anyway.
Yeah, they don't really tell us. They don't really show us like any of the other crazy abilities that we see in the games.
I guess it makes sense because like if they gave Madara like a unique ability, he'll just be too overpowered.
Yeah.
It just depends on what the
fact-
ability is. Because I mean, technically speaking, he already is all that. So as long as it's something that Hashirama he can just get around. That's all you need. You just don't write a counter to Hashirama. That's all you got to do. And frankly, the best, arguably the okay. So Sasuke's ability with Men of Tejikara kind of breaks this logic, but a cool idea would be a downgraded limbo, so that basically his Mangekyo's, however you want to write it, it's limbo-esque, and that it evolves into limbo with the Rinnegan. That would be cool, in my opinion. You should probably do something similar for Sasuke's abilities, but that's besides the point. The question is, if you're going to do a downgraded limbo, what would it be?
Probably you could see the clones. Everybody could see them.
But are they going to be like in another dimension that they can't touch? Like, what's the factor of them? Because they can't just be shadow clones, you know? Like, because if
Maybe
they can't
shadow clones,
interact with
but
it,
they
then
have
it doesn't
equal
matter if you
strength.
see them. You know, like it's still monitors you can't do anything about.
Mm.
You could do a thing to where they're like, for example, if you make them like ethereal ghosts to where you can only hit them with like your spiritual or your physical energy, that you just make one of them be their weakness, so that like if you want to do Hashirama can counter it, it's that his wit style it's got yang release in it, and that's how he counters it kind of thing. And so it's like I guess Hashirama is basically a shadow clone, but anyone else that's really OP, you could do that.
So what if Madara? What if Jibidara uses like his limbo clones? And well, actually,
Well, he
you think
does.
the limbo clones? What if he ends up using the limbo clones on Sarada? You think those limbo clones will just like be able to off guard Sarada because she can't really sense them? She needs like
Yeah.
the Rinnegan or something.
Yeah, they just
So that-
win.
Yeah,
Chokes her to death. She
because
doesn't have a
the reason
counter.
the reason I asked that question is because a lot of people in the community seems to think that she wins no matter what opponent she's facing in Shippuden. I just thought to myself,
The thing is that if flight is a counter to her gravity, all Mother has to do is fly away, and she can't touch Limbo, but the Limbo can hold her and stuff. So they should, in theory, be able to strangle her to death.
Mhm.
What does she do? It flies away.
Yeah. And
Can you argue that that Sarada has 6 path chakra because she like
No.
inherited it from Sasuke when she was
And-
born?
No.
Same way Himawari potentially inherited Kurama chakra from
No,
Naruto.
You can't argue it for several reasons. But one, Hagoromo had it. Neither Indra nor Ashura did, despite other OP battles. Sasuke's a watered down Hagoromo. Sarada's a watered down, beyond watered down Indra. He's never been described to have this powerful, overwhelming 6-pack chakra. Nothing's changed to give her it now. He doesn't have it.
yeah, I don't think chakra is not really inherently genetic at all.
Like, certain things can be, yes, but it's not like it's automatic she gets now. She doesn't have it. We've seen that. She clearly doesn't have it. We see what happens when you get it. It's not happening to her. And plus, I mean, I won't say it for her, but yeah, no, she realistically doesn't have it. 99.9% chance. I mean, even Hibawari so far doesn't have 6-pack chakra. Got whatever she's got, but not that.
I have a question. Who do you think is the smartest, like Naruto slash Boruto character?
The smartest, the most intelligent.
Yeah.
Depends on
Probably
the
Amato.
utility if there's. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the way in which they're being smart, realistically, because I think they all have their different strengths for their
Okay, like
smart. But
to specify, like for example, like battle IQ. Who do you think is like smartest in that?
even that one's
A
tough because you have
toss-up.
to factor in who they're fighting. Because, in all honesty, it feels like Itachi feels like he's the best, but I don't think he's supposed to be. But the way he's always presented is just consistently so efficient and right and stuff. It's hard not to pick him. It feels like they want it to be Shikamaru, but I mean, there's a lot of people are really high. Like obviously Madara's is very high, but they don't give Madara these Itachi like moments, and that's the problem is who Madara is going up against. But they're not doing that. And Shikamaru will have the most complex strategies. Kabuto comes up with a lot of nifty plans and counters to people, but Itachi's is always just so quick and efficient. He walks in there, looks at them, figures out what he's gonna do, and it works. And that's the thing that like he shouldn't be the answer, but it just feels like the way it's presented is like it just feels like it was him.
Would you say Sasuke is up there too?
Oh, he's definitely extremely high,
Oh
but
yeah, for sure.
they don't because
Sasuke and Naruto.
Sasuke's best moments though are like things like Sasuke versus Data or Sasuke versus Danzo, and then you just see in the Kabuto fight Itachi just being better at that, and Sasuke never gets like a moment later on to really. They don't make like again. He's technically probably more tactically sound, but like they don't give him the moments that make you feel that way. And that's why everyone always hypes up Itachi's smarts like that. It's because of the way they present him. And if we're looking at consistency, he just always is efficient. He figures out what he's gonna do and it works. And it's quick. He's just the most efficiently smart in terms of how it's presented, even though he probably isn't the winner, but he feels like the winner. It's my thing. Like Mono is probably smarter, but he's not presented as being as tactically sound. Not that he's bad, but like they don't give him that feel. Even though they do, but they don't do it the same way. It's the thing. Even Minato is pretty good with the way he quickly deduces how he's going to beat Obito, but I don't feel like his strategy was really as intricate. It's kind of just like Obito could have done that better, but. What do you guys think? What do you think?
Huh?
Well, what do you think? Who would you
I
pick?
would probably pick Shikamaru. Seems to be an obvious answer, but
Definitely reasonable. The only thing with him is that he comes up with these complex strategies, but he takes longer than Itachi, is my thing.
what would you say about Shisui? Actually, no, Minato.
What feats did he have?
I was gonna say Shisui, but then I was like, let me try Minato.
I think Minato's a good pick because a lot of the stuff he does do when he's like in his A game anyway is also very quick and efficient. But it doesn't get as much to look at. You know, your best thing for him is really like the Kamui fight. You know, he comes up with his deductions pretty quickly, but it feels almost more gambly than like this is gonna work. Whereas Itachi just has more variation of what he's doing. And then against Jubito, he does things, but Tobirama seems to do more of the planning. So
Yeah, I was gonna mention what about
like,
Tobirama?
yeah, but Tobirama just showed more of the planning side there, and he would go quite high himself. I mean, Orochimaru, outside of when he fights Itachi, could go really good too. He just, when he fights Itachi, all of his IQ goes out the window. Just stares straight into his eyes and stops trying for some reason. Can't tell how much I don't like that. I like it, but I hate it. I like the lustful aspect, but it's just ridiculous. Over the top.
Who would you say is like the most talented character in terms of like natural talent?
Depends on their age, I think. I genuinely think that matters. Because as a 5-year-old, it's Kakashi. But I feel like the answer changes over time. Well, let's think about it. I mean, as a 3-year-old, it goes to Gaara. 3-year-old Gaara beats all the others. Actually, the baby infant Gaara is the strongest infant in the series. Injure is kind of a cop-out answer. Technically, he does work. Itachi's also going to be high. Minato is honestly arguably one of the best picks. Just the way he's presented is the talented guy.
I would say either Minato or Itachi.
Those are good picks. I feel like the younger ages, you give it like Kakashi and Gaara, but then when they're older, Minato Itachi makes sense. But then, like, how do you factor that in? It's that question. Like, I don't know how you would pick is the more right way to look at it.
So, Kamui, who's your favorite Boruto villain?
Manga only, Ishiki. Anime, Deepa. Who would you pick?
I was gonna say Jigen too, because like at least manga wise, there's not much. Yeah, there's not much competition really, because like, well, you have Momoshiki, Kinshiki, like not really much competition.
You know, Kinshiki is the most flawless. But jokes aside, the problem is Momoshiki was great, but the prophecy just takes them out in this latest few chapters too. They just take them out of the running. Jura, they just haven't done enough yet, and they've done enough nonsense with him leaving for no reason. That I'm like, he's not it right now. And then Ishiki just did his job very well. And it is, you know, he doesn't have the deepest philosophy all the time. He is mustache twirler, but that's fine. He just, how does he affect the story? He does exactly what he needs to do narratively, thematically. He feels threatening. They everything with him is good, even if it's not like Pain good or Madara good or Obito good. It's still very good. And so he just seems like the best one. It's only really good. There's not really anything bad. So it's just, and it is very good where he does good. So I mean,
So
I think
you would say he's better written than Momoshiki?
Huh?
You would say Ishiki's better written than Momoshiki?
Absolutely. Momoshiki could have been better with all the prophecy build up, but that was just a letdown. Although, in the actual Momoshiki arc, I think he was very good there. But I do think that he's very movie villainy. It's very good for his time frame. But they're able to do more with Ishiki. Like, I think Momoshiki does really well, but I think what he does with Kawaki is a little bit stronger. So I would give it to him. And then you get a lot of good time with him, just feeling like a menace as Jigen. So, and that's really my favorite Ishiki is his time as Jigen anyway. But I feel like you got a lot of good time there too. There's a lot of things that they got that do extra. They're still doing the same theme with parent and child, and even technically teamwork. through Baryon mode beating him. So like, I feel like he gets everything Momoshiki does, but extra, really. So I would still give it to him, even if we're only looking at the movie arc. I think he's underrated just because he's not like overly philosophical. There technically are some things, like his whole predestined fate thing, but they don't do anything with it, so I'm not really going to count it. But I think what he does for Kawaki's character just is paramount. So, you know, no other villain has had that level of an effect. It just, and Kawaki, for that part of the story, basically was the main character. Not technically, but he basically was. And it carries over into the code arc really nicely with Code as an antagonist, who's pairing well with him there. And Ishiki is also the reason for a lot of code stuff anyway, so his legacy lives on, essentially. So you could technically attribute the good part of code to Ishiki if you really want to stretch it. Although I wouldn't, but you could. But who would you have in second?
Also, Joe, who do you think is the worst Boruto villain? Me personally. Before you go, I'm just gonna say I think it's Shin in Uchiha.
Shin? Oh, Shin.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is a cop-out argument, but can you even count him as a Boruto villain? He's a Naruto guidance story focused on Sarada. Not even a Boruto villain. That said, okay, for your question, are you looking at main villains or is just any random side villain count?
I was looking more forward toward like main villain, but if you want to include side villains, you can include that too.
Yeah, because like I mean, you could. I mean, I'm gonna say it might be better than Garou or something, but it's not even count. I think I would agree with you though. For main villains, it's not that he's bad; it's that he doesn't. It's less about Shin than it is the rest of the story. That's good there. So, yeah, you're probably right. But let's look at the actual main Boruto stories of the Boruto manga. Who would you pick there? I'm going with Ryu.
Oh yeah, for sure. Ryu is just horrible.
If you can even count him. Worse than Garou.
I was gonna say like Boro or something.
Yeah, Boro.
Honestly, I think Boro he's not that compelling, but thematically, what they do with him is just better than anything they do with Ryu. I don't like what they do with Ryu or all bad to me. So a little bit biased, you could say. But after Ryu, okay, it's the second worst. That's hard. Arguably Momoshiki.
Really? Momoshiki?
I would say
all because of chapter 25?
It's because of the prophecy arc too. Both of those bring them down.
Wait, what's wrong with the prophecy arc?
I have an hour and a half video for it.
Oh.
Plus, God knows how many days worth of streams on it. Everything's wrong with the prophecy arc. Well, the second half anyway. No, I'll say the last third, not in the second half. Although the second half is the last third technically because it's just cut short, but. I think Momoshiki would be my most disappointing pick, even if he's not technically the worst. Because there's technically enough good to probably put him over. I mean, as a villain, Matsuri is a good pick, but as a character, they gave her a little bit of something that I can acknowledge. Ryu doesn't get that, is the thing. He just doesn't get anything. Matsuri gets her character points. I could even argue Hidari as a villain, but that's mainly because of what they don't do with Sarada more than what they do with Hidari. So, I'm not picking Code because in the Code arc he's great. So, I think it just is Ryu. It's the answer. Who would you say is the most average? The most average Boruto villain. Oh, you know what? Real quick, I never said him earlier. My choice for second best is Ao. I forgot to mention him.
No.
Ao is just good, actually. Like if you reread or watch it, Ao is actually just good.
Oh yeah, he's decent. Yeah.
He's arguably the best fight in part 1 too.
It's just manga only.
You can do both ways. I already said in the anime, I'm throwing Deepa up there.
Oh yeah, it's a deeper fight. Do you think it was better than like the Naruto Sasuke versus Momoshiki fight?
Some ways yes, some ways no. Overall, I'm gonna say no because my heart is just upset that he dies. Like I get what they do, and technically what they do with him is better than what they do with Boru because they give him a reason to not try that actually work. But besides just playing around, there's more to his reasoning, which works. But I just wanted him to live and keep being a villain and get to do more. Is the thing. He just ends up losing it. It's good, but it hurts my soul, and that's the problem. But like, I actually really like the first fight better. I think the fight is cooler in the second, but I enjoy the first fight more when he's just stomping them and rolling them. Technically, he's doing that in the second fight, but it is a different feel. The first one feels scarier. The second one just feels more epic. That makes sense.
Yeah. Also, if I'm remembering correctly, Deepa died because like didn't like a model kill him? Was it his head like in a jar or something?
The ceiling falls on his head, and then Amado flushes him down the toilet.
Do you like the anime, or do you think the anime is worse than the manga, or do you think the manga is worse than the anime?
Manga worse than the anime.
What makes you what makes you think why do you think the manga is worse than the anime overall?
Skips over way too much. The anime, it's not always the best with what it does, but it's doing more, and it a lot of times makes more sense. Sometimes it's bad, but it's
I feel like to like the manga, it just skips over Sarada getting like the 3 tomo. Like one chapter she has 1 tomo Sharingan, and the next chapter she has 3 tomo.
Exactly.
Over that, it's just like despite all the anime flaws, at least they showed them at least they give them training arcs.
They also do things that make you care more, and that's a big one. Because, like, assuming the anime does this, they'll make us care about him and Maru's pancakes in a much better way than the manga.
Yeah.
You know, we already half the reason people care about half the stuff is because of the anime, whether they admit it or not. Because they always reference it. If the anime is bad, then reference it as the excuse for everything the manga doesn't do.
Like whenever the manga skips something, people always be like, "It's in the anime, though." They'd be like, "Oh, the anime shows it."
Exactly.
So.
And a lot of those things are necessary. Not everything. For example, the Miss Field Trip arc, not necessary. Who cares? But important interactions with the people, yeah, that matters.
Yeah, cool. Plus, I feel like they give Boruto, at least in the anime, they give Boruto, at least when he's in the academy or whatever, they give Boruto like more cool, like jutsus and like creative ways he can like fight.
I mean, that isn't even the thing for me, although that adds a factor. But I'm looking at it like this. You know, in my personal opinion, and I would say the truthful, honest opinion of every single person who isn't being Jonathan Oliver and going out of their way to be a hater, you all cared more about the antagonist Haku's death than you did about Inojin or Yodo. I know Inojin doesn't actually die in the end, but you get my point. You cared more about the enemy than them. It's like, when that's the case, that tells you something's wrong. The fact that you were sad over Haku and you don't give a shit about Yodo and all these things that are actually technically supposed to be more important. You know, it's like...
Did you just mention Yodo?
Yes, not Yodo.
Not Yoda.
Oh no,
You know,
yeah,
it's
no.
I'm glad that that's become such a meme, but like, it's just like, but it's really though, like, you know, the dumbest thing with Yoda is how much Boruto cares. It's just like, what are you
See,
doing?
I was
Why
gonna
is he?
say.
It's not a Raya. It's not Shinky. It's Boruto. It doesn't even matter.
See, that's the thing. I really didn't feel anything from Yodo's death at all.
Yeah, me
It was more
neither.
so
Exactly.
she just she
What
served
would
as
begin with?
it's more so like we barely got to know her. We only seen her probably like for like a few chapters, and then we're told that she's in love with Shinki. She's his, I would say, well, not really his lover, but more so she loves him.
Well, it's
And
worse than that though, because when we do spend time with her, it's not in a likable way. She's only unlikable. You're not upset by her death. You don't like her.
Yeah.
She's
I
not
forgot.
to be
I
like.
forgot she existed for most of the series.
yeah, and when they
You
brought
know,
her in,
like, okay, so to make a comparison, you know how Konkoro starts off as being like, and of course I liked it because it was funny, but like when Konkoro's just being a dick to everyone at the beginning of the tuning exams. No, imagine Konkoro just dies, like in the written exam or something. You're not gonna be sad. You don't care. He's not likable yet. He's only likable because his meanness is like almost amusing, as opposed to Yoda, where she's just being a bitch and nobody cares.
oh,
You know, it's just like, and then
oh,
when she does die, she spouts the biggest nonsense of all time that makes no sense, and the story turns into the most important thing of all time. And
oh,
what she says literally
that's
doesn't make sense in English
that's
or Japanese or French or German, and all the translations, it doesn't make sense. You
I was
know?
gonna call me. I was gonna actually talk about that. So when she was talking about Sarada's inner turmoil and what was going on with her, that was just Ikimoto trying to recreate an Android 16 moment with Gohan. So
Perhaps, but it sounds like it didn't work.
yeah, that's the thing. Is like the only difference between Android 16 and Gohan's moment and Sarada and Yodo's moment is that from what I'm from now, I haven't really fully read Dragon Ball Z, the manga or the anime, but when it comes to Android 16, they actually spent a lot of time developing his character before he died.
Yeah, there you go. Like,
And he was just telling Gohan, I think he was just telling Gohan, you know, don't be afraid to, I guess it was more so, don't be afraid to let out your emotions. Or I believe it was, this was something during Cell Saga, if I'm not mistaken. He was telling, you know, Gohan to just let out everything how you're feeling. Let out every bit of emotion that you have to awaken your potential and stuff like that.
mhm.
So I was just thinking about that. I was like, wow, he's recreating like an Android 16 Gohan moment, but it just doesn't work because I don't really feel anything for Yodo. Neither do I, in a way, kind of care about her at all. When she
Well, I
died, I was
mean,
like,
for me, there's kind of three things that make it bad. One is, yeah, nobody cares about you. Two is that what she literally says does not make sense. It just, in all the translations, it's the same. What she's saying just doesn't make sense, especially with what Sarda does. And then three, Sarda never had this flaw. She just randomly got it in this arc out of nowhere, and then it's resolved in this arc out of nowhere. And they're making it out to be something she always had, but she didn't. And they're just retconning her character at the same time. It's just three things suck. Like Sarda, I think is my. I think she's the one the character I'm most annoyed with. Momoshiki's up there, but I think Sarda's the one I'm just the most just upset about. It's just I like animes. I bring her back.
Like the anime has to like give Yodo like an arc or something.
I mean, they
Like-
probably will. Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it depends on how much extra they're gonna actually add. and what the anime scheduling is too. Because like, if they actually go seasonal and do manga only content, well, they're not going to do that. But if they're doing the usual, then they can at least give her an episode. I mean, in your opinions, how we'll do it arc by arc. What, assuming the anime does add stuff, what would you expect them to add? Or do you think they just won't add anything? Then one arc at a time.
I have no idea what they will add, but I assume they would add something because whenever Konohama's friend died to like Ao, they gave him like an episode in the anime.
Mugi now. They actually kind of gave him an arc too, but that's the thing though, because it's like a lot of this stuff, it would be better to do it over time in a lot of cases. But truthfully speaking, if they just add it at the beginning of the arc, I mean, if you look at Asuma in the manga, you don't really start to get much of him until the arc he dives in. But the manga did enough to make it good. The anime gives them an extra arc too. But like, you don't need to do that. You really just like give her something at the beginning. I mean, just for all of the Sand team, really, just give them stuff at the beginning of the arc. That's already going to do a wonders. Actually, do Sarada things throughout TBV, not contradict your character, or establish that it is actually just all Ada stuff. You know, like something.
How many chapters do you think it should take for us to kind of, understand, get to know Yodo?
Depends on how minimalistic you want to be. Like truth be told, they could have done one chapter, like the chapter where they flash back to like Gaara being sealed, and have that whole chapter be like focused on that team in different ways. And that could have done wonders. You don't have to do the entire arc. I mean, because Yodo's not the main character of the arc, so we're not going to act like you need to do like a million things. Technically, you could sprinkle more throughout, give her more of her feelings. Like, just because the thing is, you can say, "Oh, you don't need to spoon feed." It's not that we don't understand Yodo. We all do. It was obvious, but you're not going to feel for her if you're not allowing us to see her emotions. Like, there's a reason why cry scenes exist. It's sadder to have Haku's death if Naruto and Zabuza are crying than if they're standing there emotionless. It makes you feel more if you act. And that's like the simplest way to explain it. It's not that we wouldn't know that they're sad. It's that showing them being sad makes you feel that sadness more. And that's the best way to look at it,
What was it? I think there is one movie. Actually, I'll come back to that. Hold on. But the point is like, let's just say if I was watching a movie that had that, not really watching a movie. What was it? There's a certain movie that had me always feeling some type of way whenever a character dies or whenever something goes down. And over time, as you get to spend more time with that character, understand them a lot more, see what they're going through, little stuff like that, you start to actually feel for the character.
Exactly.
So
and that's where well, that's why I hate the spoon feeding argument, because that's not what it's about. It's about experiencing it with them as opposed to just knowing.
Yeah. So if you just throw a character in like last minute and then they die, how are you expecting to feel for that character? Because it's like I don't even really know this character all that well, and they just die before we even get to know them. Not saying that that's always got to be the case, but it's like it just depends on.
That's what you're doing with it,
Yeah, I feel like that depends on what purpose they're trying to serve.
Yeah.
So it's more so. So the reason why I said I didn't really feel anything for Yodo's death is because her purpose during that arc was to serve as a way to have Sarada, to give Sarada a reason to reawaken her, like to use her Mangekyo Sharingan, in its essence to win this battle against Ryu.
It was to
And
make her a plot device as opposed to being Yodo the character.
yeah. So it's just like, okay. So she gets a short few chapters. She served as a plot device to help, Sarada reawaken her Mangekyo and use her first new ability against Ryu, and that's it. I was like, oh, okay. So afterwards, I was just like, oh, okay, well, Yoda's dead. And then I think the thing that kind of really didn't make sense to me was her sensory ability, her ability to, I forgot what her sensory ability was. They mentioned
She
that
could
she
just
can
hear really well, and that's from
she
the
can-
anime.
That's from the anime.
Yeah, that's her ability. And she's just got like Dosu level hearing. She just hears super well. That's just her ability, basically, is to hear well.
And then when
She's like
she
Melody
got,
from Hunter x Hunter.
yeah, but it's just okay. So when she died and she was talking about everything that's going down with Sarada, her inner turmoil, or everything that was, she was suppressing or how she was feeling, I was just sitting there thinking to myself, how do you know Sarada all that well?
That's the thing, because where she can hear really well, to use the Hunter x Hunter comparison, Melody is consistently her abilities is she's consistently been shown to read emotions via their heartbeats. It's one of the things she just consistently does, and they use that for several things. But like, she's basically figuring out the other person's state of being, their emotional state, what they're thinking, and so on. Not obviously, she can't really read their mind, but she's able to tell things based off their heartbeat rhythm. She's a musical person. She just knows the rhythm, blah, blah, blah. But Yodo doesn't do that. So if you had her doing things like that throughout the arc, like maybe, for example, she can fall for Ryu's trap, or you could have someone else fall for the trap, but at some point she could maybe, like hearing Ryu's heartbeat, be thinking at some point, I don't think he trusts us. Like, it seems like he doubts us. I think this is a trap. Like, hypothetically, if you were to swap Araya and Yodo so that the person who doesn't die hears the heartbeat and is worried it's a trap, and then the other person, so in this case, give Araya the hearing ability, he would hear, oh, I think this is a trap, and then Yodo falls for it, as an example. It doesn't work because Yodo's the one who gets hit, but my point being, stuff like that, they're doing that. So then when she hears Sarada's heartbeat and makes her analysis, it makes it feels better for several reasons. Versus her just saying a random shit.
She says, why? She says, I'm not sure why it's happening now, but I can hear it well. You don't know yourself all well at all, do you? I was like, huh? Wait, what do you? That's the thing I was talking about. I was like, wait. So she's able to tell Sarada what she's feeling, what's going down with her subconsciously, and why she's not allowing herself to awaken the power that she needed to protect everyone that she loves and everyone she holds dear.
And she's not even doing it. You're not even saying, "Oh, I'm interpreting your heartbeat." No, she's just saying it and not explaining what she's hearing to make her think this. They're just saying it.
Yeah, and this is one of my main problems with how they went about doing this, is because I feel like this was just Ikimoto recreating an Android 16 moment, and it just doesn't really work.
I agree.
That was probably in the anime. Once again, that was just probably in the anime. Your quickening heartbeat shows, yeah. That's the thing. If they were going to incorporate things from the anime, why didn't they incorporate it here?
I mean, they are, but they're just not doing it. They're doing it without because one of the other things is that it's fine to do references from the anime, but some things do require explanation, especially for a manga-only viewer. Like, you can have the anime flesh it out more, but you gotta give some explanation instead of just doing it randomly and not addressing it. Mitsuki Sage Mode. The anime viewers are just perplexed. What the fuck's going on with him for so many reasons. And then even the Naruto Gaiden Mitsuki one-shot chapter people have so many questions. It's just like, not going to address it, apparently. There's no
Yeah.
good way to address it now. It's just too late. It's already ruined.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I was just like, damn. I was like, oh, damn.
I mean, even then, compared to Yodo, let's talk about Araya. What happened to his puppets?
What's that again?
But never mind Yodo.
Oh, his
let's talk about
puppets.
Araya. His main technique. What happened to that? When did he become a samurai instead of a puppet master?
I think so.
He's a puppet master. Oh, what happened?
Just like Kankuro. But
Yeah.
this time he doesn't really wield puppets like his uncle,
Forgot. He just forgot his jutsu.
I guess.
What's the explanation for that one? Why is it peak writing that he stopped using puppets?
Everything
He's
in
still
the anime.
shy.
Oh, I
You
keep.
see his personality. He's still being shy. Won't tell Yodo how he feels.
It's so funny
He's
because
very reserved.
Yeah. I was
What were you saying?
gonna say that, like, it's so funny because some things in the anime, like there are things in the anime that they do that is a lot better that should have been incorporated into the manga, but never has it ever been the case.
Exactly, all the time.
I was just like, why? Because they're like, for example, if Boruto was weekly, I feel like Deepa could have probably had Deepa make an appearance.
I mean, I'll say this to this day. Mujina Bandits is great and all, but the Kara actuation arc just works better.
Yeah.
It should have been in the manga in place of Mujina Bandits. It works as a better setup to Kara. Deepa's a better villain. It's just you can still do Tento stuff in the arc if you want, but we'd rather have the Kara actuation arc.
See, the thing is like, I feel like they could have. Well, here's the thing. I think they could. They could do something similar to, was it the Sasuke retrieval arc? Except it's gonna be like in a different, route. Where instead of them trying to, actually they could do that with Naruto since Jigen has sealed him in. They could do something similar to the Sasuke retrieval arc where they could have, all the new Jin, I would say not all of them, but some of the new Jin characters like Boruto, like all what we've already seen with Boro. They could add in like more new Jin characters to help out with whatever's going on with unsealing Naruto. I don't know how you would go about doing that.
I mean, that's the thing is they already have that though, so it's like, that's not necessarily. I mean, personally, I feel like incorporating Deepa into the Code arc could work, although Code is the focus. But like, you could do things to where like, I'm not saying this is the best way to do it, but as an example, if Deepa's what's stalling Naruto and Shikamaru, as opposed to Naruto and Shikamaru just taking forever for no reason, like something as an example, you could do stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of things you could Deepa be an extra arc antagonist that works because you can do it. There's a lot of places you could just put him in if you really wanted. You just put him in the prophecy arc somehow. There's a lot of things you could do if you wanted.
See, I think,
but I don't know where would be best. I mean, to be honest, actually, we should come back to this because I did write a topic for us to do live with. I want Oodie there too, though. For this, it's basically okay. We're doing the rewrite. Deepa's still alive. He's canon. He's in the manga. Where are we including him? That's the topic, which is what we're doing right now. So we can do some stuff now, but I do want to come back to it so he can help out too. But I feel like off the top of my head, the Code arc feels like a good place to do it. If he's like the two remnants of Kara, and then like, Code's the leader now, and then you have Deepa and the other two kind of thing, and they're doing whatever. That's an easy spot. The alternative is, since they don't do Sasuke versus Code, you could have Sasuke fight Deepa in the Kawaki arc instead, and then you save Code for the Code arc. That's another thing you could do. Because if Deepa just gets away, or you write it to where they beat the armor he uses, but then he has another layer of armor, and then the building collapses and everyone just runs away, and so like Deepa's fine, but they overcame him to that for the most part. And then Sasuke is going to be the one to, fully fight him later, like Naruto versus Delta. Sasuke gets Deepa. You could do that as well. You could do that in the Code arc too, actually. Yeah, that's why Sasuke never makes it in time. He didn't make the whole point that he didn't get there. It could be because he took too long fighting Deepa, actually.
I have a question. So in your rewrite, are you gonna make Deepa strong? Like the one that you just said, where you're gonna like rewrite Deepa or something?
Absolutely. Well,
yeah, because like when he loses, he seemed like one of the weaker inners. So like you would have to make him stronger, right?
I mean, I would amp him. I would rewrite it a little bit, but to be fair, he's kind of losing because he's being adamant about winning a certain way as opposed to just winning. And he also had like a defective armor that lost in the end anyway too. And then it's the super compression for Sengun with Sage and Mitsuki. You know that thing that's speed lifting Orochimaru, that's powering it plus Sarada. It's actually a very strong jutsu. It's ridiculous how strong that jutsu is. That technically beat him. But either way, in this case, I would write it to where they don't beat his first armor. They crack it, but he wins. But then they do the super compression Rasengan to beat his first armor. And then instead of the weird jester suit thing, it's the same appearance as before, but it's the crystal look. That's his full power. And then that survived it. He beats the super compression Rasengan with that. And then the building collapses all the same. And then, the fight ends. They're like, Konohama's like, hey, let's run away, guys. They think, Deepa's crushed, but he's not, obviously, because he's fine. And then he's like, I'll get them again, or whatever they're going to do. And then he comes back later on. And it's like, oh my God, you're still alive. And he's actually really strong and all that jazz. I'm being very vague in general, but I would just write it to where they overcome him in terms of what they needed to in the moment. And this is similar to, what's the best example? Boro's a decent example. They beat Boro narratively when they broke his core, but Boro wasn't going all out, and they never actually beat Boro. Boro was just dominating them right after when he blows up, and then it's Momoshiki who beats them. Similar concept here. Boruto never beats Code. Momoshiki does. Same idea. It's like, in this case, it'd be Sasuke. And you would just write it to where Deepa is just as strong as the other people. I mean, technically, I would argue he is. I think Victor is just the weakest, but I think Deepa beats him. But in this case, you would just write it to where Deepa is similar to Koji, Boro, Delta. Code's still the strongest, but like Deepa's just right in the middle of the pack.
Okay, like I have a question. Like for the Karu, like who do you think is like the top 3 strongest Karu members?
Jiken, well, not counting Ada and Daemon.
Yeah, not counting Ada and Daemon, just like normal ones.
Jiken, Code, and Koji.
Okay.
It seems to be pretty clear those are the top 3, in my opinion.
And where would you rank the rest?
Statements imply Boro, then Delta, then Victor. Deepa's hard to pick, but the safest answer is just above Victor. But you could argue for him going higher. It's just like the problem is, again, he's not trying most of the time. The people he is beating is actually kind of impressive that he's doing that very easily. So it's kind of hard, but he's probably below Delta if you want to be safe about it. And I think they're just the weakest. He's there because he's rich. How would you rank them?
So it would be Jigen number 1. Or wait. Yeah, I'll put Jigen number 1. Code number 2. Koji number 3. Who else is left? I actually have Delta above Boro physically.
Physically,
That's
yes,
like
but abilities
that's a whole
included.
thing. Ability wise, yeah, Boro.
Yeah.
So I'll put okay for the sake of like simplicity. I'll just put Boro above Delta.
I mean, if you're gonna do strength and stuff, then you're gonna put Delta and Deepa higher, and then Boro and Victor at the bottom.
I agree.
It's by I
I actually agree. Yeah.
But I actually believe that Cope without his limiters is only stronger than base Jigen in that he's weaker than foreign Karma 2 Jigen. He might be stronger than Karma 1 Jigen technically too, but I don't think he's stronger than the Horn Jigen. I think that'd be all of them except for, Ada and Daemon. But that's the one that requires the full discussion that we're probably just not going to do right now.
I gotta say, that was bad.
I personally believe he's above Karma 2 Jigen, but I don't really want to debate it either. So
Yeah, we have to do
Appreciate
like
you
a
guys have
dedicated
me on
thing for it.
stream. Is there a specific time you guys do a stream, or is it random?
It is random.
Oh, okay.
We did it early because Oodie was free, and I can't go late on most weekdays because of work, and he's actually at work right now. We just kept going, which honestly, at this point, I didn't think I was going to do my entire workout. I wasn't going to stream for the entire workout that I'm basically done with. Taking way too long for, but we probably could just end so I can, continue with my day. Because I don't think we're going to come back to the stream tonight. We were planning to do our reaction tomorrow, though.
Oh, that was supposed to be tomorrow.
So
Okay.
I don't know what time that'll be. It'll be after 4:30, but beyond that, I couldn't say.
All right. Well, peace, guys.
Yeah. All right. See ya.
yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I guess you should just unlist it.
I already did, but I've intentionally have not made even a single peep until now, so that in the YouTube editor I will know exactly where to cut to.
Okay.
Oh, but stupidity out of the way. I really hope someone joins this stream, or no, someone accidentally forgot they left the stream on in the background, and we just came back at it.
Yeah, I want someone who have stayed the whole time, because earlier there were people talking in chat.
Yeah, I was starting to read some. Did you realize that Cam was there too?
I was like, what are they still doing here?
I know. I wonder if Cam said that though. I could probably turn on the timestamps of the comments or whatever, but yeah, timestamps. When did Cam say that? At 6:10, right before I left. Okay, I think that's right before I left. Somewhere in there. Anyways, well, as we were saying, so there's okay. So I did find the comment from earlier that I was talking about, and it wasn't the rainstorm. Did we finish that comment, by the way?
Probably not.
Oh, we did, because it was the Mitsuki ridiculous scaling nonsense that was the last part of that, I think.
Okay.
All right, let me share my screen. Okay, so found this comment. So, okay, this is on the poll. Who will win in Boruto 2 Blue Vortex Chapter 27? Sarada, 30%. Daemon, 70%. It's still ridiculous that people have these percentages. Just shows how many Sarada fans there are. But at least they're still the minority by a pretty sizable amount. And that's by the way, with 211 votes, which is a decent number. So this was a comment that I really... Oh, yeah?
So it's just like having 33% of people say that Kiba would beat Kimimaro in the Sasuke Retreat arc. Like, why is the number that high?
Yeah. Well, I thought this was a fun reply chain to go through. So, Endopath, and we did come to a Naruto Sasuke-esque Ninshu resolution moment towards the end of this, but for the beginning part, it's totally down. Let's make fun of him. So, I think Sarada can pull Itachi, pull and Itachi, and with Daemon, imagining the whole fight. Plus, putting Daemon under Genjutsu with no malicious intent may be the best option. So I say, then what are the stakes? Why not do this to Hidari, Mamushi, Jura, Kawaki? The thing that we've been saying for like the past month. why would she make Daemon think he's winning instead of genjutsuing him to be knocked out? You know, like what Sasuke does at 5 Summit, or like the 20 billion other times people do this. Itachi does it when he first comes to village. Tons of times when Genji just does that. Or, you know, to make him think that she is Ada, you know, something similar to like Naruto does during the Kiba fight, but that wasn't Genjutsu. Just imagine in this case it is. Or, like, if Sarada's gonna Mangekyo Daemon, why not just make Daemon think Sarada isn't immune to Ada's powers? Basically, Koto Matsukami, because she could totally just do that, apparently, with the Genjutsu. So what is Sarada's motive here to aura farm? That's not her character, especially in this context.
But why not have do you like the Itachi style thing to where Daemon's actually attacking Ada but thinks it's Sarada?
Oh, that could work too. I mean, that's obviously not the case, but it'd be cool too.
Yeah, but it's like, you know,
so
why would she, if she has this strong to get Jutsu, why is she doing it in the worst way possible?
Yeah. So this comment from Endopath, in terms of its confidence level from Endopath's perspective, rated on a scale of 1 to 10, how high would you rate their confidence? And the fact that they think Sarada genjutsuing Daemon is reasonable, just like Itachi. Or like, how confident do you think they are in their assessment?
They're not like 100% because they're using the words like, I think she can, and this may be the best option.
Yeah.
So it's like they're presenting it.
But they probably clearly,
50%.
Obviously. I agree. They clearly are one of the people that voted Sarada. And so, keeping that in mind, I just wanted to witness what the demographic who votes for Sarada has to say, if they were to elaborate on the description of their vote. So, they say, I never watched or read OG Boruto. Only 2 Blue Vortex. So yeah, 2 Blue Vortex only fan comment. It's finally happened. We finally found one. We need to get them on the podcast.
That's hilarious though. But
I know.
But well, no, then no wonder you just doesn't know who Daemon is.
Exactly. The best I know is people can't hurt Daemon. I'm so curious as a 2 Blue Vortex only fan. I can't even. If neither taijutsu,
how do they know that?
I know. If neither taijutsu or ninjutsu or
people talking about it, I
guess. Or do they even know the term genjutsu? The one-time code said it. Do they know what that means? So I believe Sarada would win. Don't be so toxic. By the way, Kamui, on a scale of 1 to 10, how toxic would you rate my reply to them?
I don't think it's toxic.
Wow,
it's
that's exactly what I said.
It's not trolly either. Like, it's just that's one of your most getting to the point things, ever that you've ever done.
Exactly. Like, maybe you could say this at the end is facetious, but it's not toxic.
Yeah.
Genjutsu doesn't work for the same reason as taijutsu and ninjutsu. If anything, it would be the most likely to reflect, as Daemon reflects intent, which is what Genjutsu is. You might disagree with that, but it was at least worth stating. It has a pretty high probability.
Well, because he also has the action one, I'm not going to say it's the most likely. I would disagree there.
Yeah.
But I can, because the intent thing, well, first of all, I mean, if she just does, like, Tsukuyomi, hypothetically, that just does hurt you. That this is an action inflicting harm on you. Like, there's no getting around that. It just should reflect.
Yeah.
But a harmless Genjutsu, I don't think that matters. Because, again, when Ko tested his claw marks in Chapter 60, he did not only did the claw marks not hurt, it's proven by the fact that Ko can use them on Ada and it's fine. He wasn't trying to hurt Daemon in that moment. He just wanted to see what would happen as far as his abilities. Test his ability. This is different from Chapter 71 when he was trying to hurt Daemon. He's pissed. He was not trying to hurt Daemon there. He just wanted to understand his abilities. Yeah. You could say he has some malicious intent. Why is he doing that? But it wasn't to hurt him in the moment. So it just does reflect action.
Clearly, it's being framed as the point is this he's going out of his way to make sure it's not malicious intent in this instance to test it.
Exactly, because first of all, he's not that stupid. He chose a harmless thing because if it reflects it, another power hit him. Or he uses the claws and gouge it out his eye.
Like, they literally say his mind process at the time, well, it reflects malicious intent, so let me see, does it reflect non-malicious intent? Oh, it does! It's like, they couldn't spell it out.
He also said that, like, I don't remember word for word, but it was also, he doesn't have to do anything, he doesn't have to be, like, ready for it, and so on.
Exactly.
He even said, like, does it reflect actions, regardless of his intent, was what he was saying, because it just did it.
Yeah.
I think it was something like that. But either way, the point was, like, he was getting a gauge on those things. And, what he found was it just reflected anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So I understand what you're saying about the ninjutsu thing, because I came to the exact same conclusion. But I still think what I say here is worthwhile, because the action reflect is different from the intent reflect, even though they both reflect. But you basically boil it down to two different types of reflect. I think that the genjutsu reflect is more intenty, because that's all there can be with the genjutsu reflect, as opposed to the ninjutsu reflect. And I would specifically point to the moment where they say that you have to understand the real world in order to, like, be a master at genjutsu, and that's why Naruto can't do it, because he's a dumb idiot guy.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's definitely intent-based, but it's also genjutsu is weird, because it's just, like, your intent is just to put them in a dream genjutsu. I don't know, it's just weird. Either way.
Well, it wouldn't be just to put them into it, because it's controlling the world itself, because you have to understand the world in order to... That's how, like, mastery of genjutsu is basically determined. And so, it would be the intent in the genjutsu itself.
Yeah, but it's genjutsu is weird, but... either way.
Yeah. Because, like, for example, I don't think it reflects literally all intent. Naruto can think that he wants to Rasengan Daemon, but unless he actually thinks about doing it, it's not gonna reflect. Similarly, like when Kawaki says, man, I just want to kill you, Daemon, at the end of part 1, he's not dying. Because he's not actually thinking about harming him.
You have to, it seems like with the intent one, you have to, like, whether you, like, literally, okay, so it seems like there's two different ways, because what Kawaki does in chapter 75, it doesn't feel like he was thinking about actually doing it, but rather he was just imagining in his head, like, he was putting himself in a genjutsu, watching himself hit Daemon. That seems to work, and then if you were planning to actually do it before you actually do it, is another scenario where the intent seems to matter.
I'll bring up an example from the series. This is a little bit of headcanon, but it should just get the point across clearly, so ignore the headcanon part. So, like, let's say, like, Naruto, OG Naruto episode 3, Naruto versus Sasuke with the rope and the escape jutsu and transforming into Sakura to kiss, or Sasuke to kiss Sakura, blah, blah, blah. The bathroom scene, all that, episode 3. I would likely say that because Naruto tied up Sasuke was mad, which is why once he got out of the escape jutsu, he was looking for Naruto because he wanted to do something to Naruto. He wanted to get revenge, or at least ask Naruto why he did that, but probably revenge, but he didn't have an idea at that time what he was going to do. He knew he intended to get revenge, but he didn't know, like, he didn't have the idea in his mind, I'm going to kick Naruto in the neck, or he didn't have a specific idea, I don't think, at that time.
Yeah, I mean, as far as explaining your point, I agree, but I don't think Sasuke intended to get revenge. I think he just wanted to ask him why he did it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to use an in-universe example.
Well, I mean, here's just a better one. Sasuke definitely wanted revenge on Itachi.
Yeah,
but for most of the series, I don't think he had this specific, especially pre-Chidori and pre-Kirin.
He did not have
Kirin. Had a specific... Yeah, so Kirin, obviously, that was his plan. Chidori, when he got it, that was probably his plan. But before Chidori, like, he's land wave Sasuke. I don't think he has a specific plan of how, what he's going to do. He's going to kick him in the neck. Or he just wants to kill him.
Exactly, yeah.
He wants to destroy him.
That's the best. Because what we were saying earlier, absolutely. Oh, that's good. So anyways, they say, I know about the whole reflection thing, but I doubt Daemon can pull the same move Itachi did on Kurenai, reflecting the Genjutsu back. Who knows how this will... Keep in mind, they haven't seen part 1. They just don't know Daemon. Like, why are they saying this? They doubt it? What do they know? What don't they know? They know about the reflection.
Yeah, it's like what Itachi did is just different. Itachi was just literally, basically just Genjutsu just anyway, like, you know, to put it simply.
Part of the problem, they know who Itachi is, and they didn't read the OG Boruto fine. They've clearly seen Naruto. Exactly. So it's not fair to say they're a Two Blue Vortex only fan, because, like, we're looking for, like, you started at Two Blue Vortex.
Yeah, they know what Genjutsu is. Like,
exactly, yeah. So who knows how this will end? Well, I say why the ability works automatically, and that's, again, referencing the code scene that we've seen. As well as, like, a couple other scenes, but like I said...
No, it's mostly, like, everything.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Boruto, shrug emoji, so I'll just have to wait and see. Only thing I knew for sure about Sarada is, in my opinion, Ohirume is the most powerful Mangekyou Sharingan. I mean, it's gravity manipulation. Nagano is gravity manipulation. So does Sasuke. Theirs seem more powerful.
I mean, even then, I still think we were talking about this when you were gone. I still think Kamui's better.
For the 5-minute thing, absolutely.
No, just I mean, honestly, just Obito's eye on its own, I still think it's better. But you factor in DMS Kamui, bro. Like, it's just, I'm sorry. Like, especially if you consider that Obito might be able to be intangible while using distance Kamui. When you consider that possibility.
To be fair, okay, real quick. We should not segue to this. What is the Kamui Raikiri? Because it's just Kamui, but intangibility, right?
What is what?
Kamui Raikiri. When he does the final move against Kaguya, right before the seal.
Okay, there's two.
He doesn't get sealed into Kamui.
We could check the
data books.
Data book, but one thing I'm pretty sure is the part of Kaguya he hits with Chidori. So, like, let's just say he Chidori'd her whole arm. That would go to Kamui. It does do that.
That's how it should work. Doesn't look like how it is working.
Because he just slashes her and it doesn't. Yeah,
well, exactly. He slashes her like freaking across the chest, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Her whole freaking body.
And then I have to look it up.
But that's like, the weaker version of both Kamui and Raikiri. Then it's combining the two to be weaker than both individually.
It's funny. The first thing that shows up on Reddit is Kamui Raikiri the strongest jutsu to be.
No, it's the weakest apparently. When Kamui Shuriken was stronger than the Kamui Raikiri.
Yeah.
Like, bro. Because like clearly Kaguya did not go to the Kamui dimension, and also Kaguya was not pierced with the Chidori. So it's like it's just Raikiri, but he's using intangibility. But Obito doesn't call every move he does with intangibility the fireball style Kamui. Well, it's not doing that.
The problem is the databook is saying an amp version of Kakashi's original jutsu. It's Raikiri bearing Kamui power. A Godspeed thrust is executed together with the phasing effect. The pierced part of the enemy's body is instantly warped into the other dimension. So it is doing what I said, but because it does say together with the phasing effect, makes it seem like he is intangible. And if that's the case, I don't see why he wouldn't be able to be intangible and do frankly,
I don't know.
This makes no sense. This is just too OP because the whole thing with Obito is that he can't touch you while he's intangible. Like I can.
I know. It's stupid. I imagine you can at least touch the Raikiri itself.
Which isn't good.
Yeah, I know. It's at least something. Stupid.
Congrats. You could be hurt.
Oh, you got like a ceiling jutsu or something, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, she just wasn't sent to Kamui though. That's the problem. It slashed her freaking chest, her whole body.
I mean,
The Kamui Shurikens warped everything around them.
Everything is saying he's intangible. So
yeah, again, it's just intangibilities.
You know what's a good question though? This Facebook question. Can Kakashi's eye make others intangible? They say, well, Obito's eye makes Obito intangible. It's like the close range Kamui. So can Kakashi's eye do the same thing, but for other people?
You know what? This doesn't count, but if I were to rewrite it, because it's practically there. It's practically there. Just have that be what Kakashi did to the Naruto shadow clone as it was doing the Obito face Rasengan thing. The mask. Take it off.
What?
When he's going inside the Biju bomb.
What? When? Are you referring
White
to?
mask Obito when he gets his mask torn off.
Okay.
That Naruto shadow clone with the Rasengan in the Kamui dimension. Just have Kakashi be doing it to that Naruto. As like Obito's traveling through full intangibility through the Biju bomb, have it there. There you go.
And then he does it to Naruto too. Okay.
Yeah, might as well.
No, like,
be
why
cool.
not?
Yeah, exactly. Be freaking awesome.
It'd also be cool if like Kakashi uses that in other places. Like for example, I mean, this isn't doing anything, but it's rewriting. But hypothetically, instead of comboing a hole in the True Seeker orb that Madara's in, he makes Guy intangible, so he goes through it and then hits Madara inside his orb. He's just beating him up inside the ball.
That's cool too, yeah. I mean, thinking about it, see, this is part of the problem. What I just said makes more sense anyways with the Naruto shadow clone. Because why doesn't that Naruto shadow clone stay there and make more clones and just keep fighting Obito whenever he's there? You know, doing that tactic with Naruto, the Kurama tactic, you know the one. Why didn't they just do that from the beginning? It's like,
why did they stop doing that?
that Naruto clone wasn't damaged. It chose to poof away. Why? They get bored?
It was too easy.
It's like, well,
But, like,
I took the mask off. Let's
the
go
only
home.
thing there are things Obito can do, like fully go to Kamui, beat up the clones, and then go back. But like, they
But he
just
didn't
keep doing that
do
shit. It's
that.
gonna be annoying.
Well, I mean, if Naruto makes a freaking 1,000 clones in the Kamui dimension, Obito's not doing that. He just loses his intangibility. He just chooses one place or the other. Both places, he's kind of screwed.
Yeah, he would have to just not be intangible and body all the clones, and then come back the only way.
Because, like, actually, though, it's so stupid that clone just didn't stay there, though, because it took Kakashi a Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui worth of sucking power away to put that full body Naruto in there in the first place.
I mean,
They can't just
Kakashi
infinitely spam that.
unkamuis- Kakashi just unkamuis himself when he's punching Obito too. He just brings himself back. It's like, why'd you stop?
No, like, why? What are you doing?
You guys are like going out of your way to let Obito not lose here.
Like, hey, I got him. Take that. All right. What's next, guys?
That'll teach him a lesson. And then
It's
the
like
funny thing is
everyone's
that
as
they never go back to
stupid as
using it
Naruto in the
back.
Land of Waves with the Haku Ice Mirror thing. Like, okay, hey Sasuke, I'm here to save you. It's like, what are you
Exactly,
doing?
literally. Like Kakashi learned from Naruto.
Like, bro, why?
Yeah, I definitely
Ridiculous.
think that's something we could rewrite to make it make more sense. And the problem is our idea with Kakashi making people phase to Kamui wouldn't really help that regard.
Wouldn't
It
help
would be
what?
just as much of a problem.
Wouldn't help when?
The idea of having Kakashi be able to make people intangible wouldn't help us with that problem. So we'd have
With
to
which
find another
problem?
solution.
The Naruto Shadow Clone versus Obito?
Mhm.
Yes, it does, because that Naruto Shadow Clone wouldn't stay around. It would only be there as long as Obito was, which would be when they're inside the Biju Bomb.
Okay, well that helps for the Shadow Clone, but it's not gonna help for Kakashi himself when he's just there. He'll leave.
Well, that's a different problem, but yes.
That's what I'm saying. We would still have to rewrite that somehow.
Okay. I mean, it at least fix the first problem.
That said, there is a solution. It was our original Kamui rewrite. If Obito just doesn't have the portal jutsu, the swirly portal,
Yeah.
and it's only Kakashi, the Obito only is phasing. Kakashi, I mean, this is still gonna have some problem, but if Kakashi doesn't have phasing, Obito does, and Obito does have that, and so I guess this won't help for. We're screwed no matter what.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's just I don't know what to do.
I know. Do we want to go back to this comment here? There's only one more of these things replies here.
Okay.
So they said in response to Nagato's great manipulation, so does Sasuke, they seem more powerful. They say, I feel like it's more versatile with Sarada. I mean, she can float and use the gravity for both offense and defense, and she can atomize her opponents. Well, can you prove she atomized them? But I mean, yeah, I could see them, so I don't think it atomized. This is all with one eye. Even though both her and her father kind of share the sun god names, his being Amaterasu, hers being Ohirame, I feel like Sasuke is focused on the heat of the sun, while Sarada is focused on its gravitational pull. That's a cool idea. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because if it's
Which
the
means her
gravity of the
be
sun,
strong.
exactly. Like, that's pretty strong gravity.
But that being said, I still just think Kamui's DOS Kamui, even just one eye to one eye. Like, I just think it's just better. Like, because, like, for example,
yeah.
If flying just is a counter, which it reasonably might be, so Onoki just beats her.
Exactly.
We were laughing about Madara, but I was like, again, if flying's a counter, Madara flies away. What is Sarada's counter to Limbo choking her to death? She can't see it, she can't sense it, she can't fight it, but it hurts her. She just dies of not breathing. There's nothing she could do.
Just
Her
don't
only
tell that
solution would be
to
kill
Mello.
Madara first. Yeah, but like if Madara can fly away, I mean, honestly, if Madara just flies immediately as soon as he sees it, it's just what it's gonna do.
Just don't tell that to Mello, who thinks she wasn't going all out, or from the very beginning, she has infinite control of infinite power from the very beginning. She's aura farming, because that's her character.
I mean, I still don't see what her solution to Limbo is. And that's the thing people, I'm sorry guys, but like, you can say, okay, maybe the Otsutsuki will be able to sense Limbo, like Ishiki Momoshiki has a Rinnegan, so you can see it, but like, maybe Ishiki gets sense it. Fine. But people like Code and some of these other people, like, and until they establish that they can interact with it, they don't have a counter.
Yeah. I also wouldn't say just
Daemon
because you have a
might be able
Rinnegan,
to
you can
with
see
his
it.
Dojutsu, Ada the same thing. They might be able to, but technically, if they just Daemon also has the reflection, but like hypothetically, even that could be a problem with reflection. I don't really see how that's just gotta work regardless. And then Ada has love charm, but
we don't really know why Sasuke could see it. It could be because of the Rene Sharingan aspect of it. Could be because of the straight pattern Shoku Tomoe. It could be because of Hagoromo's six-path power influencing the Rinnegan. Who knows? Could be just base Rinnegan, but I don't know.
There's really two interpretations, in my opinion. Both have their arguments, but the two options are either it's just the Rinnegan can see ghosts, basically. He can see Moboshiki's time stuff and stuff.
Yeah.
And that's that. And then Naruto's six-path sensory power is just strong enough sensory. That's the simple explanation. The alternative is that the way it works is Limbo's a realm that only Madara can interact with. But what does Madara have? In fact, what did he need in order to awaken this ability? Hagoromo's chakra, the sixth-path chakra from mixing Injinashika. What did Sasuke get? Hagoromo's chakra. What did Naruto get? Hagoromo's chakra.
Yeah.
In that sense, they all share the same chakra as Madara, the thing that let Madara awaken the ability. So rather than Madara's chakra, it's really Hagoromo's chakra, and since they all have it, they all they can't use it obviously, but they all share limbo to some extent. They can interact with it because they all have the same chakra.
Well-
if Mana just didn't have Hagoromo's chakra, they might not be able to interact with it.
Let me go
The problem is we
further.
don't know.
Since this not only Hagoromo's chakra, but especially at this point in the story, this would bridge the gap between the difference between ninjutsu and ninshu in the coolest way.
Well, not only that though. Say what you want about Hagoromo's chakra. He's got Indra and Ashura's.
Yeah, it's literally the point of what he's doing. Like, oh, you have half, I have both.
To be fair though, Indra and Ashura is not a good argument because they all had those when pre-Ten Tails as well. But so I would stick with the Hagoromo argument. But still, the point is that Madara is literally what you said applies to the Hagoromo thing. Though he has both halves of their power. They each share half of his power. And that could be why they each, in one aspect, can interact with Limbo. Sasuke can see it, Naruto can sense it. And only Naruto was confirmed 100% able to touch it, but Sasuke might be able to. But either way, I like that theory the best. That's the reason they can interact with it, because I think it's just better, but it's possible that the Rinnegan can just see it, and
yeah, but if that's the case, then we have to say all Rinnegan users could see it. The animal Path of Pain can see Limbo. That one Claw Grime from 2 Blue Vortex Chapter 2 can see Limbo.
Yeah.
How far?
Yes. Well, to be fair, Nagato being able to do it isn't really that crazy when you think about it, because literally Madara's eyes anyway. But but yes, it does mean that Momoshiki or Shiki, the one Claw Grime song, would be able to see it. And that's technically possible. But I prefer the shared chakra thing. And if that's the case, it does just mean that Momoshiki, Ishiki, and all of them just can't do anything. Which is kind of ridiculous, but like it's possibly true. Limbo is just busted depending on that. I mean, even without that. Even with the weaker interpretation.
I mean, it's whether
we still don't
or
know
not
if Ishiki can interact with it.
Momoshiki says ninjutsu is a watered down version of shinjutsu. When Momoshiki says that, he obviously means inferior.
It's Amado.
Amado, sure, whatever.
Amado's.
I'm sure. I mean, Momoshiki probably agrees. So when Momoshiki agrees with him, is Momoshiki thinking that ninjutsu is just inferior, or is it like a mutation and different from shinjutsu? Because I think that can absolutely play a role into the answer for whether or not they can see Limbo or not.
So okay, a couple things. One, it's important to note that Amado is saying it, because from Amado's perspective, with all the karma worshipping God stuff, makes sense for him to just say that. Momoshiki is an interesting case though, because Momoshiki verbally would say Amado's right. But what has Momoshiki shown to us as Borushiki? Ninjutsu's better. Which I think narratively is good. It's a good narrative contradiction. Shout out Elder J, who misunderstood that. But so in his case, it's kind of tricky. But the other thing though, the Boruto series is never going to address it. And we have to accept that reality. But if you look at the data book, yin yang release techniques, literally the exact same thing as Shinjutsu. It just is. All the examples, the way it's described, perfect match. They're just using different words. Something like Limbo, it's never described if it's yin yang or whatnot, but like Limbo fits Shinjutsu, okay? Like it's Shinjutsu. I don't care what they call it. It's Shinjutsu. It's Limbo versus Sukuna Higona. What are you thinking? You're thinking Limbo.
Yeah.
Better. It just is. It's very godly. It's otherworldly. It's literally other dimensiony. It's like. So I think Momoshiki is agree. Super good.
By the way, Kamui, I just wanted to update you since you were so interested in this earlier. Yes, I am cleaning the office apparently. So now you know.
Okay. I'm gonna go brush my teeth and stuff now.
Okay, that actually is perfect because I have a Boruto topic to read here. And you can listen, right?
Yeah, I'll be able to listen, but you take your time.
I will. So, I have a question for you, Kamui, once you get back. Kamui, do you think that, well, really I should say, do people not realize just how bad the Sarada Genjutsu Daemon thing would be for the story? This is a perfect thing considering what we just talked on as well. Pains Tago Cello's
I don't think they realize that.
So, if she can just insta one-shot Genjutsu GG Daemon, who is so strong, she can do so to anyone. Again, this is what I was saying earlier, but Hidari, Jura, Mamushi, Kawaki, you name it. Anytime anyone does anything. Go ahead, sorry.
Hidari's the big one.
Exactly.
Antagonist.
Literally. Why would there be stakes anymore? You know, the exact same question that I toxically asked the other guy.
You know, like, I'll say for Hidari, it's possible they're going to give him some Sharingan upgrade, even though he has a Rinnegan, that's downgrade. But Sharingan upgrade to withstand the Genjutsu.
No.
Alright, but like, seriously though, what about Mamushi? Like, send her to GG, like, you know?
Yeah. She can defeat her enemy as soon as she uses her Sharingan. Screw her cool OP gravity ability, I guess. It doesn't even need it. It's irrelevant. Why even have it? Couldn't get it off against Daemon. It's clearly the weaker of the two abilities, which in that case, why did she even use that instead of her stronger ability against Ryu? But yeah, besides that point. So that's the first.
Just the aura bomb.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. So let me get rid of that topic. And so, like, even if Sarada used Genjutsu on Daemon, then what? Ada is still there. At some point, Daemon will be released from the Genjutsu. And as we see, via 10 directions, confronts Mamushi. So clearly, Daemon isn't interested in fighting Sarada any longer. You know, considering it's like a week later. It's like, so what do people expect will happen? Either way, Ada will have to call him off. It's just about if it's done in a cool way or the lamest way possible. Unless people wanting Daemon to bow down to her as the strongest, almighty, unstoppable god of all time. But then what's the story?
Well, that is definitely what Mello wants.
Where she just one-shots Jura, I guess. Like,
yeah, but like, yeah, that's the one I mean for the story.
Because if anything, I would think that if Sarada can just do that to Daemon, I think Daemon would just want to keep fighting her once he's out of the Genjutsu. He was, at that point, it is screw you, Ada. I don't care if you call me up. I want to fight Sarada, who's stronger than me.
Yeah, like, that's his number one target.
That's literally why he tells Boruto to get stronger, so he can fight him. He wants to fight strong people.
He wants to be able to try.
Yeah. Also, just ignore the fact that Daemon would just be smart enough and capable enough to not look Sarada in the eye, but whatever.
I mean, we also don't even know how his eyes work. Those are dojutsu looking things. They might just have some resistance. Like, we don't know what they are.
Exactly. If anything, scientific ninja tech eyes, they have some resistance. Probably. Tell us story.
Yeah, we just don't know enough.
Exactly.
The only thing we don't know is that we don't know all of it because Ada wouldn't tell us.
Yeah. So, in terms of the chapter, I don't know what does happen, but I can infer what doesn't happen in this latest chapter based on what I haven't been spoiled on. You know, by the loudest portion of the community, the Sarada fans, but what's especially funny, based on what I said above, and that being the stupid cope, Genjutsu theory cope, what's especially funny about that is how quickly all the noise dies down about the debunked theory, confirming its debunked status, with them all immediately moving on to whatever the next big thing is, instead of addressing the fact that their facts have been wrong, that they've constantly spread like a plague, infecting infecting the community with their toxic rage bait. Okay, other guy from the comments, you can call me toxic. How about the Sarada fans like you who wanted Daemon to be genjutsu'd, huh? Stop monetizing brainwashing people, you scum. And that's my thoughts on the Sarada genjutsu theory, in case anyone was curious. But again, you and I don't know whether or not Sarada has genjutsu Daemon yet. We haven't read the chapter. We haven't been spoiled on that. But Kamui, my point here is the fact we haven't been spoiled on it tells you the answer. Because if it did happen, we would have known about it because we would have inevitably been spoiled on it by all these people that have been proclaiming Sarada as the next god for the past year. The fact that that hasn't happened proves us right, as well as a couple other things. It's not just that. It's like 5 things that you could basically say don't happen. One of those is arguably, I don't think Daemon does beat them all to the verge of death. Because I feel like that would be, like, for the whole chapter, because I feel like we would have been told that if that's the case, so I don't think that happens. As unfortunate as I think Ada just does call it off fairly quickly, is my current guess. But again, I don't know. But I feel like we probably would have found out otherwise. People would be calling Sarada a fraud or whatever from there. And things like that, I feel like we know what happens because we don't know what happens, which confirms what happens, essentially. But whatever, Kamui is done brushing his teeth. I wonder if he would agree with that. But I guess that isn't yet. So while we're waiting, pain scales over Shibai. Shibai doesn't exist. Pain does. Existing is better than non-existing. Therefore, pain is better than Shibai. You see, John, I see what you're saying, but get pain above Daemon, and then we'll talk. Gonna try and rip out his soul, and then Nagato's tongue's gonna come flying out of his mouth. And that's exactly what I think's gonna happen going forwards. But I don't want to spoil what I mean by that, but we'll find out at some point. Well, I already know. We will find out at some point. Somehow that these two topics.
I can talk for a minute and then I'll go again for a minute, but yeah, I completely agree about most of what you were saying in your big paragraph, but like, what'd you say? I agree. What was the last? What's like towards the end there?
The fact that people are infecting the community with their toxic rage bait.
No, okay, I remember now though. It was about the what we don't know. I mean, honestly though, I'm kind of expecting. After the conversation earlier, I'm expecting the whole Daemon thing to be a letdown, to be honest. Like, he's going to win, we're happy about that, but that's gonna be the end of the happiness. Yeah. I'm not expecting the good emotional character moment thing of him beating the ship before Ada finally interviews.
Well, I don't think it's going to be long, but I from what I've seen, everyone says we're going to be happy, except for apparently that one guy you saw. I think there's going to be at least a little bit more than just that their necks are being held lightly. It's like, he's probably going to do at least something. Yeah.
Hopefully.
All I want is just like a kick to the back of their head and I'll be happy. That's all.
Exactly. Like, just kick them, knock them down, knock them out or something. But
yeah.
I'm honestly expecting a lot of this chapter to be like Koji talking about Mamushi, not gonna lie.
I do think there's also going to be, and this can actually be a perfect segue to the next pre-chapter topic. I think there's going to be a lot of the Shikamaru, Konohamaru, Elder, that kind of stuff in this as well. Let me just go to the topic because I know I saw it earlier. And do in this channel, and I don't know exactly what to type, but I think Shikamaru should work. You wrote the sneak peek spoiler, which I haven't seen yet. Actually, I kind of did see it. Jura's either reading or eating Dango in Konoha, or the Tintails mentioned. Maybe both. I don't know. Maybe bugs there. I don't know. Either way. Wow, you wrote down a lot of things here. Well, we definitely could do a lot of these if you wanted to do your topics. But here's a short one while we're waiting. You do want to do one of these?
Hold on a sec.
Okay, I'll do this one while you're doing that. Shikamaru's best bet is revealing that he has a contingency against Ada and Daemon, so he needs to stay Hokage when he gets like interviewed or whatever with the interrogation from Lord Kebo, Kubo, Kobe Bryant. Yeah, that guy. The feudal lord guy. Him. Yeah, the Daemon's dad. Kobu. Yeah, thank you. I think I got it right the first time. I got the bit going. Which is also the best writing, considering that is playing out literally right now and can even intertwine with that story in the best possible way. And that's what I hope happens, especially since from what I've seen, I think it's in this current chapter. Either that or they were the Cloud was going over the previous chapter in their latest stream today, which was about the spoilers.
I have no idea. I haven't seen anything for that stuff.
But
I've just seen one Daemon panel and one Koji panel, and I don't know I know what the Daemon panel said. I don't know what the Koji panel said.
Okay, but you would completely agree with me that now would be absolutely the best time for the Shikamaru aspect of this assassinating Aina subplot goes somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
The problem is, I feel like they're gonna skip over it. Not gonna lie.
Oh no! But it works on so many layers, because not only are Sarada and Surmei trying to prove that they're friends, but then look at this thing that just happened. But then also Shikamaru with the whole Hokage thing. You want to stay Hokage? Oh, with the Ino gene with Koji. Oh, who knows what's gonna happen there with Sai and Lord Kobu. But then also this starts to also weave in that aspect you wanted earlier. Ada versus the village.
Well, this is what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to do this, but this would work in theory. So Shikamaru's, trying to keep his position in the village, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And because they're not doing, this isn't going to be an facilitated conversation. He just has to say it out loud. If he says I have a contingency for Ada and Daemon, and Ada happens to watch.
Well, she probably will at some point. Because we know that she has been watching all these interviews anyways, all the previous ones.
Exactly. And if she watches that and that ticks her off, you could then get to the being the enemy of the village, because it's like, oh my god, you guys have all been plotting to kill me, blah, blah, blah. You could do that, but will they? I don't know.
It's going to be even more tragic if Sarada, Sumire, Ada make up this chapter. Oh, I'm sorry for lying and betraying. From now on, no more lies. They do that. Ada, obviously, she isn't watching these interrogations in the moment because she's busy with Sarada and Surmei. She might watch the Shikamaru thing after the fact, find out that they're still lying, and especially if Shikamaru does happen to say out loud what the thing is. Oh, so yeah, don't worry, Sarada and Sumire are my secret spy agent ninja tools to kill Ada secretly. And then obviously that's just even more tragic of how that downfall can go from there.
The problem is, how do you stop Daemon from killing him?
Well, Mabushi, figure it out. I don't know.
I mean, actually, that's a good point. Yeah, Mabushi just is the distraction there. But what about after?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is not only the best direction to go in, but the most obvious, based on the fact I wrote it 9/19, like right after the previous chapter came out.
Yeah. I mean, I agree it can work really well. I just don't know if they're gonna have Ada turn against the village,
But it's the best thing they can do. I agree. I don't know. Again, give Nikimoto his flowers after this most recent chapter. It was good. Let's see if he can keep that streak going. That's my current expectation.
Yeah, because it's just hard because it's been so long since she's been on that antagonistic front that it's just kind of hard to imagine her turn again. Then Kawaki, they could do it for Kawaki, so anything can happen.
I mean, in a way, Daemon is an extension of Ada, and the fact that Daemon is fighting against Sarada and Sumire, the Leaf Ninja, the Leaf Village, in that way, Ada is against the Leaf Village right now.
Exactly. So this would be like the building block, and
yeah,
that's
and
why
again,
this can work, and it won't be overly sudden, and it worked because there's the essentially I call it foreshadowing, but basically the foreshadowing, the setup.
I don't think that Shikamaru would
person.
have any hesitation to keep this plan going. I don't think he likes Ada now, for instance. So, but where I'm going with that is the fact in this most latest chapter, chapter 25, 26, whatever it was. Yeah, 26 is what just came out, was 27. Most latest chapter, chapter 26. That was most latest chapter, right? Just confirm my numbers are right. 27 just came out. 26 was last month. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because in chapter 26, Shikamaru doesn't want to throw Konohamaru under the bus, but he's being the Tobira Madanzo-esque figure and listening to Koji, who tells him to do it, and so he does do it. He chooses to do it. I think, especially if he stays on this path, he's going to have no problems, especially if Koji tells him to do it, to reveal this so he can stay Hokage. So I think that's already there. That's leading in the direction to say this is absolutely plausible.
And I do think I want to say that I don't think Shikamaru dislikes it. I think Shikamaru does actually like Ada. She's been like friendly with him and all that. It's just that he's not above like putting the village first, you know. He's fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Maybe it's just been 3 years they've bonded. I don't think so. I mean, she's still calling him Shikadeer and all this stuff. I don't think Shikamaru really cares.
Ada definitely likes Shikamaru, and she's gonna be very upset when she finds out that Shikadeer is trying to kill her, because she's literally covered for him, not telling people about what he's done and stuff. Yeah. So like, she actually probably would. She might be even more hurt than Sarada and Tsuburaya.
But then again, I think it's probably similar to she cares about the alliance rather than about him, because I think you could say the same thing about Code. She maybe saw Code as charming, but I don't think she liked Code as a person.
Sorry, say that last little bit again.
I would say that she cared about her alliance with Code, and maybe she even saw Code as charming, but I don't think she cared about Code's personality or persona or anything. Like, I don't think she thinks Code's a good guy or anything like that. She might have, like, quote unquote, liked him, but in the same way that I like Tayuya, but I wouldn't want to spend my day with her. It's like, if that makes sense. So I don't think that she cares for Shikamaru. And she'd be like, oh, he betrayed me. Well, screw him. I'm going to kill him. Yeah. I mean, hey, she thinks Amado's a dreamy dandy. That doesn't mean she likes Amado. It's like that. It's like that. She likes him, but she hates him. She doesn't actually care about him. It's the general sentimentality. But anyway.
Oh, I didn't realize I was muted the whole time. Yeah, no, Shikamaru's her best friend. I stand by it, even though they never said it. That's how we know.
Okay.
She loves Shikadeer.
We're gonna definitely be on a different topic based on that one. So Sarada didn't just fail to get her second ability off, because if she tried to, then it would have just reflected back onto her. Daemon is even touching them, so the palm thing is irrelevant regardless here. Sarada hasn't reacted at all. She just got casually speed blitzed. Again, I wrote this like when the chapter first came out, so if you would kind of disagree now, then whatever, but like at the time, I mean, I stand by it.
Yeah, I mean,
a little old.
Unless they give us more information, yeah, the assumption would be it's reflected. Yeah, maybe she's in a Genjutsu right now.
It's so stupid. Oh my god. Oh, get that out of there. But likewise, the fact Daemon put his hands around both of their necks and is now casually talking to them tells me if he's waiting for Ada to snap their necks, he could have done it so easily by now if he wanted to.
Yeah.
But I do think he's going to be looking at Ada. What do you want me to do, Ada? If Ada says nothing, he's going to keep doing what he wants to do. And that's going to be beating them up. Especially after the Mangekyo came out, he wants to say, screw you. Let's try it. Same thing with Code with his powers. He got excited. Well, he didn't get excited seeing Code's power, but he was completely down to test him out, even if he was bored by it.
Exactly.
It's going to be the same thing with the Mangekyo. Why wouldn't it be? Because people are Sarada fans. Of course it's going to be different. You can tell I'm really going to war against these Sarada fans.
I mean, I don't blame you, though. It's just... I think it just seems like it would be really dumb to just turn Daemon into that. It's like, what was the point of Daemon?
Yeah. Did you want to do any of your Shikamaru topics? You had a ton of them.
Let me see what I have, because I should ideally be sleeping.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could just stick with the Sarada Sumire stuff since that's probably a little bit more relevant. Because here's one right here, for example.
Let's see what that said. What's mine saying?
For the Shikamaru one or for the Ada thing?
Oh, it looks like I'm replying to you. Okay.
Yeah. Because this was probably a little bit more relevant. I don't know what the Shikamaru ones are. They might be relevant.
I don't know what my Shikamaru one is either.
Yeah, because one of them I was looking at earlier, I was like, this is relevant, but this latest chapter doesn't make it irrelevant, so this could be waited for. And so I just didn't do a topic earlier.
Now I'm just curious what it is.
Oh, which one? The one I was just talking about from earlier?
Yeah.
It was one of the more recent ones, I think. I don't know exactly which one I was looking at. I was like, I could do this now, but I could do this later, and it's not a problem. So this one I think technically falls under the same category, but I think it's probably relevant.
They could just do this, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Typically, whenever a scene like the Sarada Sumire Ada one plays out, it's because one of the following reasons. And feel free to add a fourth or fifth and etc. if I'm forgetting anything. 1, Ada tricks them, outsmarting them. A lot of Death Note kind of cat and mouse situations here. 2, the secret is revealed due to carelessness or comfort, making them prone to a slip-up or mistake. Even the smallest thing can snowball into the biggest avalanche if they're unaware. 3, an emotional outburst reveals something they've never logically would have done. It's like out of desperation or emotion. Like I'm saying, emotional outburst. Out of desperation, they're probably doing something in a desperate situation where it's like it's timed and all these other things that basically what who were we streaming with the other night? What Fabrino was saying, his theory for why Boruto pretended to be Momoshiki to free Kawaki, because the Sasuke sword was in mid-swing, and he had to free him right there. So this would be like an example of number 3. But none of these 3 happened. Ada figured it out strictly because Sarada and Sumire are dumb. They should know not to do what they did in front of Ada, and it wasn't a thing to do. It is such a specific and out there thing to do. It's baffling how they didn't think of it or weren't aware of it as it was happening, especially since Ada didn't randomly confront them, but instead they had time to mentally prepare as they go to Ada's house from the streets they frolicked through. Unless that's why they were so mentally out of it at the moment. They were just so in love with each other.
That's the funny answer. The generous answer is that they just didn't realize they can't do that. The problem is their reactions make me think, oh, they realize, oh shoot, we weren't thinking, as opposed to, wait, what? But the reason why I'm going to say this anyway is because back in chapter 76, before they even realized they were not immune, Ada asked Sarada about her feelings for Boruto. Now Sarada just doesn't answer and just like, ha, I love you. And she didn't even realize she's not immune yet. She's just not answering because she's being awkward. But because Ada asked them, they might just think, oh, because Ada asked us before we were immune and Ada doesn't know yet, maybe it's not a problem to talk about that. They just don't realize it's something you can't normally do. They just didn't know. The problem is just the way they react makes it feel like it's like, oh, what have I done? As opposed to, oh, wait, what? That's a thing?
Especially when you go back to the dialogue, it feels so forced, especially with Sumire being like, oh, actually, Sarada doesn't mean this. She actually means this instead, which makes me lean towards number 3, an emotional outburst. It just wasn't very outbursty or emotional. That's what it kind of feels like. But then
I mean-
it feels like they were trying to do too, because they love Boruto, they're so preoccupied with their feelings that can actually be written very well, or even because they're comfortable after casually spending 3 years around Ada, but that's clearly not the case after chapter 1. So it's not that they're friends with her.
You're gonna either think this is maybe good or just stupid, but there's actually a fourth possibility here.
Okay. That's what I
Similar
was
to
hoping for.
how Ada may have led to Sumere's outburst in chapter 16. It's possible that Ada, via omnipotence, wanted them to talk about Boruto because she was curious. So they did. But then because they did that, she was like, but wait, you can't do that. You must be immune.
But okay. The only way I'm okay with that is what this chapter is inevitably going to confirm that we don't know about yet anyways, the whole Ada subconscious thing about wanting to be, because that means all of this would be speaking on Ada's character rather than Sarada and Sumire and this whole situation context being stupid and bad and dumb.
Exactly.
You can skew it to be good based on that.
Yeah, it really requires the theory to be right, but
it turns them into NPCs, but like in a good way to force them to reveal, because Ada decided it was time. That's why Ada called them to her house in the first place.
Exactly. Like Ada wanted answers, so she wanted to know about Boruto because she was their friend and she likes the stuff and she was curious, but she also wanted to test and see, because it's like, so obviously Ada probably hasn't necessarily fully figured out everything. It's not that she's thinking, oh, I'm gonna force them to talk about Boruto. It's that she wanted them to talk about Boruto because she wanted to get that confirmation of what she was thinking. And then in this case, it'd be like omnipotence being like, okay, they're gonna talk about Boruto, but just what you wanted, because you don't want them to have lied, but she wants to just, because she has the suspicion, she just wants to know, and she thinks her answer is right. She thinks they're immune. She just wants to hear, yeah, you're immune, so she can get that confirmation. And so, like, omnipotence can just make that happen, whether she realizes it or not, which I think is actually kind of good. I think it works well for her. But you just need it to be explained in a way that feels good, because we can explain it in a good way, but you need the dialogue to do that. Because at the end of the day, Ikimoto's not us. He's not going to do a narrative analysis of why it's great for a character. He just needs to write in the dialogue in a way that sounds good and doesn't sound stupid.
Yeah.
Or it just has to leave it up to analysis. But he has to write that in a good way.
Yeah. Exactly. Because
it's easy to make something sound good in analysis, but to reverse engineer it, to take it a theory that you analyze why it's good, but then write it into the story after the fact. Like if Ikimo was watching the podcast, like, I like that theory, I'm gonna do it. It's arguably harder in some ways, like how does he translate that in a way that he's like, that's good and not just weird?
Yeah. I agree.
But
it could definitely be cool though. I'm just gonna be really curious to see what omnipotence is gonna be like going forward and how their immunity is gonna play out going forwards as well.
The other thing is, the more Ada theoretically figures out about it, how is that gonna affect? Is she gonna get better control as she just understands it better? Or is that not gonna affect anything?
Yeah. So in terms of that topic, you said
I can't see it right now.
You said since Ada asked about Sarada's feelings for Boruto in chapter 76 when they first met, it's possible that
No, this is what I just said earlier.
they just didn't know you can't talk about loving someone else in front of Ada, and then you can say Ada was being smart by casually asking about Boruto again here after they accepted and confessed their feelings to each other. I just love the idea that, again, they aren't immune to omnipotence, and omnipotence made them reveal. That's so stupid.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah. Omnipotence made them reveal that they're immune after the love term.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
She just wanted to know that badly.
Exactly. Okay, do you want to do a topic?
What time is it?
11:41. I will leave it up to you. We can end if you want.
We should end.
Okay. Fair enough.
But tomorrow, I mean, if I have to do it at the gym again, then so be it. But we have more time.
Yeah.
Can't be up till 5 a.m.
We could also theoretically do 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes of topics beforehand, before reading the chapter or starting it, if we wanted to. We'll see whatever topic. I'll even go through the topics tonight and see if there's any that we need.
I mean, to be fair, though, a lot of those topics, I still feel like you could still do later. You just have to adjust the way you're saying them.
Well, yeah, it's just whatever topics that would need to be done before the chapter.
Yeah. Like if they're predictions or not.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's it for tonight.
Yeah. You know, this was an impressive, what, 7.5 hour stream?
I especially liked the middle parts.
Yeah. Especially from 8 o'clock to 11. That really gets me.
Oh, absolutely. Well, speaking of getting, let's get some sleep.
Yeah.
Unlike Ikimoto, who failed.
I was wondering how you were going to say it.
The stupidest way I could.